What you put a building over there for?
Because I keep dying over here.
You got your tier 2 oxygen thing, or?
No.
Why not? Make it. You got it unlocked.
Because I've been out here busy gathering shit. Ooh,
I mean, the
double
tier 2
bed.
one puts us at, the equivalent of, 200, so. Oops, there's stuff over here on the ground.
Still much to learn, you have.
Yeah. Yep. That's for sure. Sorry.
I don't need my mic again.
He started it.
Hey, you with the fart. What are you doing, brat?
She has no clue.
Don't get tangled up in my cord, please. What are you doing? Oh, I need to go back on my building before I die. I'm just standing out here in the open like nothing's wrong.
Yep. That's how she does her rolls.
There goes my mic again. Hey, come over here.
Back and lay down, girlfriend. Well, I don't see where we're going. Do see a lot of critters down here. Hi, guys.
Explodey boy! Explodey boy! Oh. Oh.
Oh, I flew right into them. That was awesome, but I just got that skill. Because I almost killed myself. Accidentally.
Isn't that a hunter thing?
Yes.
Oh, there it is. Fertilized bone. Fuck.
Fertilized.
Fossilized. I can't read. Fuck you.
Like, wait, what?
Fertilized, fossilized.
There is a distinctive difference between the two.
Whatever. What the fuck ever? I am fucking tired.
Oh, man.
I already said this.
I know, I'm sorry, it's just...
No, you're fine. I'm laughing with you. It's fine.
It's just, I'm just listening in the background, it's like, please don't say it. It's like, ah, crap, you said it. Damn it.
It's all
Like I
good.
could not say it?
Oh no. I fully expect him to call me out on my shenanigans and bullshit sometimes because you know what? I do the same.
Yep.
Yeah, I figured. Hey, Nikki, look.
What?
Hey, look.
What? What?
Shotgun.
Alright, Sarge. You totally remind me of Sarge. You have to paint yourself the red color now. You're always going to be red. You're always going to be Sarge. That's it.
Shotgun.
And dead as caboose. Actually, I guess dead would technically be the, not Doc, but the pink, trooper from that series. I forget his name.
Oh, God. Ah, crap. I forgot his... Oh, never mind. I forgot, but that's okay. No...
And honestly, Nikki has the mentality of Tex.
Oh, really?
At least to me.
Are we talking red versus blue again?
Yes.
Okay.
Alright, we can now make bigger chests.
I don't need bigger chest. Mine's big enough
I already
as it
have
is.
a big enough chest.
Exactly.
Exactly. So much so that you probably have problems playing hide and seek.
Yeah.
It's got to be a redwood for her to be able to hide behind the tree without something sticking out
Yeah.
one way or another.
They have their own zip code, you know. Each one of them.
Damn.
Taxation is a bitch.
On my body at least. Fucking back pain's real.
If you shrink them any less, they're gonna become black holes.
I shrink them? I want them shrunk.
Because that's how black holes form.
A dying star.
Or just mass converging into a single.
I used to have a one of the Garmin ones years and years and years ago, like before Sai and I got together, is when I was with my ex-husband, and I was able to download different voices. And I grew up on Beavis and Butthead, and I fucking love that show.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just me. I'm a smart ass. And so I'm like, fuck yeah, let's do Beavis and Butthead voices. So, you're, driving down the road and it's like, normally if it's like turn right, and if you don't turn right, it's like recalculating. Instead of saying recalculating, they're like, hey, you're gonna get lost, dumbass, or some shit like that, And my ex-husband absolutely fucking hated it.
That's hilarious.
It drove him nuts. I ended up having to change it because he bitched so much. But oh my god, I thought it was hilarious.
See, I had Deadpool,
Oh god, that would be amazing.
Oh yeah, it would.
and he basically just cussed at you constantly.
Oh, I would love that.
It's like, take a fucking left. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Make a U-turn, dumbass.
All
I
right,
would love
fellas,
that, and I
wonders,
wish Google would
time for some
implement shit like
catnip
that.
and catnaps.
It
The
would,
stream will be back
it would
before you
be
can say
amazingly
treat time.
good for stuff
Meow
like that.
Kappa.
I mean,
Do
I
it.
don't.
Do me a favor, JC. Put that in the
It's exactly in the one that's named the da-da-da. Not the other
up.
ones.
Shut up.
Only the da-da-da one.
Shut up, past that. Game recommendations channel under gaming.
Sorry.
Our whole channel is 18 and up, so it's fine. Asshole.
It's just like directly insulting.
Such an ass.
I broke her.
You're such an ass. You're such an ass. Yes,
wow,
clip that.
that's great.
Yeah, I clipped that shit. Oh, that was worthy. Oh
Just
my
straight up,
god.
no, it's like, no, it's not that. It's just, it's specifically.
But yeah, if you will put that in the game
Oh, wow,
recommendations,
that's
then
great.
it will remind us to check it out. Can somebody lay in a bed? I can't see shit.
I can spell it though.
Yeah, I could probably keep that.
Probably
one.
from your own ass.
These, I
Give me a second.
don't know
Oh
where-
wait, you're all ass, so it's probably just your upper lip.
I mean, pick a spot.
This-
PB&J Bagel, what's up, girlfriend? Welcome to the shenanigans. And by the shenanigans, I mean the store nanigans are us. Thanks for hanging with us, J Panda. Have a good meeting and a good day.
Yeah, thank you for stopping by and naming a person.
Yeah, buddy. I hate the gyrocopter.
She's not a proficient pilot.
Yeah, I can't fly in games to save my life. We've been homesick this weekend, and so we were playing in his solo world, and he's progressed further along in his solo world than we have in this one, and we have the gyrocopters now, and let me tell you, I haven't felt good, which has not helped, but I have been so irritated. And I have had to keep myself from raging by just like grabbing my keyboard, just slamming it on the desk or whatever, or Alt F4 out of the game, or
Hulk
oh
smash
my God.
over here half the night because of.
I've wanted to. I haven't done it, but I wanted to for the last couple of nights because I fucking hate the gyrocopter.
And it's just because she's not used to it.
Because I suck at flying it. I can make a gyrocopter carousel.
Yep. She hooked the tree and went loop-de-loop around and around it.
Yep.
It was quite funny. She wasn't laughing very much, but it was funny.
No, I wasn't laughing.
I'm gonna go do this elixir well up here. In the shroud.
Alright, don't die.
I will try. As long as I don't do what I did earlier and, you know, shoot my ass off down through the cliffside. Straight into it. Are you cold?
I'm freezing! I'm legit about to go get a blanket and wrap
Oh my
myself
God.
up in it.
I almost did exactly what you said not to do. Don't mind me. I'm just gonna heal myself
Man,
back
my
up.
witchy ways jinxed you.
Yes.
That's what you get for freezing your wife out. I'm not a witch, by the way, you guys.
Ow! Where did you come from?
In-game or otherwise.
My brother's Johnson. So, his name is Clayton Johnson.
Okay.
And back when Michael, my brother, had started gaming with him, our mother at one point, I called and asked what Michael was doing because he wasn't answering my text messages. And her reply was, he's playing with his Johnson.
Sorry.
so,
Wow.
So
Go mom.
ever since then, yes, and it turned into a family joke. He was absolutely embarrassed about it for a while, but he got over it. So it turned into a family joke.
Hilarious.
But so at this point, Clayton is even in Michael's phone as my Johnson.
That's horrible and funny.
Right? Which makes it absolutely hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Hey, everybody.
Hello, hello,
We
hello.
are attempting to actually get everything set up. Everything wanted to not work correctly at the moment.
Yeah. We're learning a few things about this server. Apparently I have to be on it. Was not aware of that.
Well, I don't think that's the thing. I think it was just because it was down. It didn't have it in our saved stuff. So, oh man, we're coming in the middle of a storm.
How do you open the window? Oh.
F.
I forgot how to play this game.
I'm gonna go downstairs to do the repairs for stuff down there. If you'll do the repairs here.
No. What? Come on, mouse, work with me. There we go. Is that? That is not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. There we go. Deathlight, you there? I think he stepped away while he was waiting for us to get stuff figured out. It's just winds. I don't have anything to repair up here. Oh, I forgot forgot something else. Uh-huh. It's been one of those days.
Yeah, we shouldn't have to start repairing anything until it gets into that orange/red section of the wind thing, so.
Gotcha.
And yes, it has been one of those days.
You.
Yawns and stretches languidly. Greetings, mere mortals. Bask in the glory of my flawless feline presence.
Yeah,
Meow. Capello.
There we go.
And now it's going to get to the point where we have to start repairing. Which all you got to do is just point your hammer at whatever and
I know.
left click.
Still don't have anything to repair.
It may be one of those things where it doesn't actually damage it. I don't know.
And it's just wind, so.
Well, winds up to a certain level won't damage the wood.
Rox, what's up?
Hello.
Hey,
How
Rox.
are you,
How
Roxsomnia?
you doing?
Kappa.
Oh, crap. I know what I forgot to load.
Yep.
Hello, how are you, Sai Niki Gaming? Kappa.
Okay. Well, we're almost out of the windy part that's bad for us.
Excuse me. Sorry, y'all. That light. Are you back? Hello? I don't think so. Alright. Oi. I need water. Open the door. X. Nope. I don't want to pick you up. It's clicky, not the other. Okay.
Yeah, it's just tick or press and not hold.
Yeah. How are my plants? F the harvest.
So
You are not ready.
I did a little research. Can you see my screen over there from where you're at, or the thing? Right about here on the map in L12, where the little chica comes off the mountainside.
Like here?
Yeah, it's like halfway through that little chica that comes off the mountainside. There's a cave there.
Mm-hmm.
And then right up in the corner, just, I guess you would say northwest of L12, is another cave entrance. And then like a third of the way along the mountainside there in L11 is another cave entrance. The one that's right here in that little ledge has at least one worm in it. But it has quite a few nodes of stuff in there, so I was going to start heading that way and attempt to harvest some of the stuff in there. I didn't know what level you are, so
I don't know.
I'm level 8, so
Yeah, me too. How are your tools?
not bad. Although this is going to get moved. Which hole do you?
Good.
I'm going to put this stuff inside real quick. I walked through a bush and there was a deer on the other side of the bush.
I'm trying to retrim the stuff that respawned around the base real quick. Make it easier to decipher what's a I can't even think right now. A farm thingy and what's not.
Okay, I guess that's not a thing we have available yet.
What?
Drying leather, like cured leather.
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
I think it's something we have to unlock or something like that, but either way.
Don't ask me. I got not a clue.
Alright, I'm gonna go across this way. Actually, I'm gonna go across this way.
Well, if you give me a second, I'll go with you. I was just trying to kind of clean it up between the house and the farm and whatnot. Alright, let me go dump all this. Okay.
That's a lot of sticks.
We have a lot.
No, in my, for what I have a lot on me.
What do I have for food? I don't have any food. What is this one? I will swap those out. How are you on bandages and whatnot?
Bandages?
Yes. Those.
I'm fixing to make some because I don't have any on me at all.
There's 16 in this box right here. The top box right here.
I'll just take these 6 then and run with that, I guess. Plus, I can make some to get rid of some of the plant fibers that's in my stuff.
Bones. Where do we have the bones? I forgot. I forget where everything is.
That was not what I was aiming at, but it works, I guess.
Bones are in the same box as that. Okay. What is the max? 40? Sure. What does it do? Sure.
I accidentally got rid of the horse. Did not mean to do that, but it's a thing that happened. So the big box by the back wall on the top right here has bones, leather, and fur in it.
Okay, what? Sorry.
This big box back here on the back wall has bones, leather, and fur in it.
You do realize there's a box over here that already has that in it, right?
Yeah, but I was just making use of the big boxes so that we could start they hold more, and we can start reducing the amount of small boxes we have to the big boxes.
Okay.
So.
Well, I'm using some bones and leather.
No, you're fine. To make your armor.
Oh, no.
You don't want to look like Uncle Fester's.
I can't make armor. I don't have it unlocked. You're gonna have to make it for me.
I could do that.
But
crafty.
This top box right here, next to where I'm standing, has bones, leather, and
bone and leather. It's mostly bone that you need for it, and a little bit of leather.
200 bones. There's fur and leather in here. Or just use the stuff over there.
I was just
I was
using.
thinking you could use this over here, and then we could get rid of the box, like you were saying.
Where's the bone?
Right here. Yep, that one.
Craft. Craft. And craft.
And I don't have any ranged things either. I can make it, I just don't have the stuff for it. Give me a sec. That.
Where are you at?
In the same room as you?
I realize. That same box that you were in that had the bones and leather has your full kit of armor.
Sure, we'll do that. I don't need that on me while we're gone. I'll put that there. Although I really want it down here. That there. That in there. Nope. Thank you.
I reloaded the oxidizer so we could have oxygen.
Okay. I got better bandages if you want them instead.
These are fine for now.
I got the suture kits. I made
Make sure-
40.
Make sure you have your torch also.
I have 2.
Okay. I just meant make sure you have one on your bar because it's dark inside the cave.
Head, arms, legs. I need to take some of the oxidizing stuff with us.
There's some around that area.
I know, but until we get there. Can we make like water skins?
I don't think so. Just get a drink before you head out. Well, don't you have a hairdo now?
Hang on.
You kind of look like a weird version of a predator.
Well, I mean,
That's what your hair looks like too.
you're kind of the same way,
I
so.
know.
All right, I got bow, arrow. Hang on, I need to change this over. I got a kniff.
I have a bone knife, which I'm
I
gonna
have
need
a stone
to.
knife. I have some bones on me.
Well, I was gonna say I'm gonna need to.
Where's the mama?
Skin this guy so I can get bones so I can repair my bone knife because it's almost done.
Oh crap! Hold on, I need to go drop some stuff. Dude.
Just make sure you have stuff for repairs, like stone sticks and whatever the other material is. Plant fiber. Yeah, that stuff. My brain is fried right now.
Craft. Okay. Come on, work with me.
That works.
We have chests at the bottom or at the base of our beds now.
Okay.
Although it's proving to be quite the pain in the ass at the moment. Alright, well. I did that so that I can throw some stuff in there for when I'm out and about that I don't need on me.
Ah, that's what you need spoiled meat for. Anti-poison paste.
And I'm actually just gonna put this one in a box. Not that one. Well, I would put it in there, but it's full. And a sulfur box. Help me remember that. So. That repairs with stone. That repairs with sticks.
Silica and charcoal and yeast.
I don't repair those. That repairs with stone. That repairs with shit that I don't have. But I should be able to make another one with sticks and stones.
Are you trying to break somebody's bones?
I might.
Not me. I didn't do it.
Sure.
I swear.
Mm-hmm. Fibers and sticks. Okay.
Over here in the food box, the top one is anti-poison paste for you. 3 of them.
Okay.
That way you have some. And it is about to be dark, so.
Well, we can always sleep.
Yeah.
And you said in the food box is anti-poison paste?
Yeah. The worms spit.
Yeah.
And they're, their spit, if you don't dodge it, is poisonous. At least that's what I've heard. So.
Alright, I got meat on me. What do we got in the campfire?
I figure I'll drink before we head out and refill oxygen, but sleep first.
Oh, wait.
Well, you got in my bed, but that works too.
Is that one yours? I thought that was mine. Well, if that's the case, I need to move all this shit. That's Blood Wolf
I know
over there.
this
That's why
one
it's just
here
down
is
below.
the one that I'm actually bound to.
Alright, well. Hold on. F. Review. F. Really? Oh, well, I just need to activate it then.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the campfire thing. We can just exit now.
Yeah. Alright. I got 2 whole rows of shit in my inventory.
I got like 1.5.
Which means I only have 2 rows of shit that I can pick up.
What all do you have in your inventory? Because I have
rocks, wood, bone, sticks, fiber, 2 torches, a stone axe, arrows, suture kits, anti-poison paste, and meat.
Yeah, all I have is wood. I got 26 wood, I got 75 plant fibers, a whole stack of sticks, and then bone. And then I have 6 stone just so I can repair my stone axe or whatever. I got 2 stringy dried meat and then 51 bone or 51 wood or stone arrows.
Actually, hold on. I need to go dump the hammer upstairs. I don't need it on me right now. What is the G for?
Huh?
G.
G.
Uh-huh. Down here. G.
I don't know.
Okay. Whee.
Huh. How do you have a food slot over there?
Probably the vest that or the suit that I have on.
I guess. Probably got an upgraded one compared to me. Okay. We're going the exact opposite wrong direction here. So we need to go this way.
Stretches lazily
Aye, aye,
sad.
Capitan.
Mwah. I'm perfectly content.
Sorry
Maybe
about
you're
that.
the
I am
one who
sorry.
needs more naps and snacks.
okay.
Human.
We got it
Capillo.
working.
So it wasn't online.
No, it just, for whatever reason,
Well, the IP address
was being
changed
silly.
for one.
Yeah.
So I updated the pinned comment.
Gotcha. Probably because we shut it down, it does that.
I guess. I don't know. But then even after I brought it back up, it was not allowing him to join it, like wasn't showing up for him.
Yeah, it was being weird.
So I
We gotta
guess
fix, though.
I need to be on to be able to be there, which is not how we wanted it to be. It's supposed to be, you know, where you guys can get on whenever, but I don't know. I got nada.
Alright, so there's pumpkins.
Yeah.
The cave is right over this way. Right here. I didn't even think about it. We should have made a small box to place just inside the cave. That way you could mine stuff and then fill the box with it. But
Well, guess what? You're in luck. I have enough shit on me to do that.
damn it.
Really? Why you gotta hit me? Inventory.
Worm is dead.
Box has been placed. If there's a storm, though, it will get destroyed because there is no shelter. Just FYI.
As long as it's inside the cave, deep enough.
You said outside.
No, I said inside the cave. As long as it's like right here, it should be fine. Sorry. Misunderstood. It's all good.
Beat the fuck out of you. Move.
I don't remember logging out outside.
As far as I know, you were not logged out outside. Thought you were logged out like on
Inside.
your bed or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so those are still there. Still got everything I had.
Everything should be good. Everything was good on mine. It was just getting everything going.
That big fire pit outside needs some wood. Which I got that. Yeah, we had the Vivint smart home guy come and want to buy my camera system, my my camera system, and sell it back to Vivint, and then they charged me $133 a month to use theirs.
Oh, that sounds like a steal of a deal, don't you know? I'm being a smartass, by the way. In case you couldn't tell.
Well, I can see the appeals of it because there's added protections, 24/7 monitoring, that kind of thing. Somebody's almost always here, so it's not like it's a super big deal. But for $133 a month, and they say it gets cheaper over time, well, about how fast does it go down? We don't know. Oh, you guys are way over there.
Now we're in a cave.
Oh my god, I'm stuck.
Yeah, well.
Yes. Have fun with those worms.
Well, the worm's dead.
There's multiples, right?
This cave had one.
Okay, usually they have a couple.
Why can't I jump?
The
Oh, that's fine.
problem of that I'm running into right now is I have a, I guess, lung infection from being in the cave, and I don't have the stuff to cure that, so my stamina is very limited.
And you probably won't have the stuff to cure that for quite a while. So
I can actually make it.
Oh, you can make
it's an
cave
antibiotic
lung.
paste or whatever.
Yeah. Cave lung, whatever. I need cave lung paste.
Okay.
I get like 3 or 4 whacks with my pickaxe and then it's done. Alternately, my stamina refills very fast because it's such a small bar. Level 9.
Nice.
Okay, can't get titanium ore with this
Yeah,
pickaxe.
Or platinum.
I had just started the stream, and my father-in-law comes down and gets me and says, "Hey, tell me what you think of this." Okay.
I'd have been like, can it wait? I'm streaming.
Not with it.
Just me.
That's when you pull out the Jim Carrey excuses. The whole zip it. Every time he tries to say something, they go bzz, 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 bzz. Me. No. No talkie.
I should use that on you sometimes.
It'll last for like 5 seconds and he'll probably smack you, but, you know.
Don't forget to look around for the finishing product of the stuff.
The what?
The last little bit.
Well, I've been doing that. It takes me a little bit longer to do it because I have to stop every 5 seconds because of no stamina.
Yep.
I guess that's everything.
Really? Because I see copper and
Oh, I didn't see the copper. Where's it at?
coal. There's an iron up here that I can't reach. Copper's right above my head. Coal is to my right.
Well, I can't do that, that's for sure.
What?
Jump and harvest.
It's a little hard to do it that way. So you can build
Well,
structures
do the
and
coal.
build kind of upwards to get the higher ones.
Yeah.
Do the coal and I'll jump.
No news from Bloodwolf.
Nope, hadn't heard from him yet,
No.
unfortunately.
Although he is moving, or did
That was next week, I thought. But
It is.
then
well, so what I mean by that is
There's a lot involved with
he
moving,
got information
moving.
about it, and so I think that was the thing that was on his mind. So I think when he got on the Discord channel, I don't think he actually looked at anything besides just what he was going to type in.
I gotcha.
Possibly. I will take... That's way too much weight.
I don't think I can get this last little bit yet. I lied. I got it. And you got the coal. What is this? That's platinum. If I hadn't depleted my other axe, probably could have got it. Alright. What are you taking? Here, that's all I had on me.
There, that puts me 2 kilograms under.
What did
Or
you
wait.
grab?
As I grabbed all the coal, 150 count of iron ore, and 7 copper.
Yeah, that
Because,
coal is like gold for like the fireplaces and stuff.
yeah, I figured that was all I could
It's better in the furnaces for when
carry.
you're melting stuff down, but it works really, really good as a fireplace fuel too, to keep fires burning, stuff
Yeah.
like that when you're sleeping.
I'm 0.6 from being full, so.
Yep. No, I'm just heading straight back to the house, so.
I'm with you.
I'm gonna turn my light off, save a little
I'm
bit of
hunting. I'm hunting for meat for one.
it. Wabbits?
Yeah. No, not rabbits. I don't hunt rabbits
I
really.
said wabbits, not rabbits.
I hear you.
You fudding it up over there?
Yeah, I just dropped a wolf. We're having wolf meat tonight, boys and lady.
Yay! Well, I'm 3/4 of a bar away from completing my level 10, so I can start going into the next tree.
Meows loudly sad. Mwah. Clearly you haven't been feeding me enough tuna and head scratches, peasant. Licks paw disdainfully kappa lol.
The box that had the leather and stuff in it is where I put the stuff I brought up.
Okay. Do we want to... How do you pick these boxes up?
Mouse over it, it tells you, but it's X, so you have to hold your X.
Yeah.
And with nothing in them, I believe.
Yeah, I just was making sure there's a big box back here, so I was doing it so I can actually put it on the bar, because then I can actually place it. Like that. That one's got all sorts of stuff in it. Do you want to... I guess I can start moving the iron and stuff to here. Split, 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 split. Coal down here. Copper here also. This one is gonna get scales and maybe poison sac. I don't know.
I went and grabbed all the rest of the stuff.
I'm moving the stuff out of that one box. Very heavy. Back underneath the window is where I'm putting it, right here.
I have no idea what you're talking about, because all you said was stuff.
The iron...
The stuff and the one thing?
Copper.
Apparently.
The one you just put in there. It's right. It's all right here.
I'll find it.
In the back. Big box against the wall.
Alright.
Control and left click will just fill a stack.
Yeah. Deathlight, there is a box in the medicine box, which is not that one. It's this top box right here. This one right here. If you will, I don't know what you did with your bed, but if you will put your bed upstairs, then
Bed's
you
already
can,
upstairs.
okay, then you can put the box at the end of your bed like we did here. And that way you can put your stuff in the box when you're not using it. Like your build hammer and your fire whack thing, you know, if we're not here at the house, like if we go to the cave, you don't need them on you. This gives you a box to be able to put that stuff in.
Oh.
Did you find the box? Yes. No. I did put it in that box, right? Or did I put it in a different box? Oh no, there it is. I thought I put it in the medicine box. I found
love it here.
I found it. It's not in that box. It's in the box that has the sulfur in it. The Myth Joe, hello.
Hello.
How are you?
How are you, the Myth Joe 26? Kappa.
It's over there.
Oh.
Have Dad watch you.
Do you see which box I have open? That's like.
Hold on, I'm watching my son take up medicine.
Okay. That's good. Happy to hear it.
That is very good.
You may activate stream chat at your leisure.
Okay.
All right.
That was another thing I was going to say.
Good.
So the bottom box right here in front of me is where that box is. I thought I put it in the medicine box, but it's actually there. Why do I have storm exposure? I'm inside.
Door open.
Apparently I lost a couple of my seed extractors. What the hell? Oh well.
Oh, this storm's getting bad out there.
It sounds like it.
We love it here.
Is the roof and stuff holding up, or?
I'm coming up here to check. I got my hammer out now.
Your humor?
Yep, I got my hammer.
I just like how you can have the windows open and see out during a storm and not get affected by the exposure.
But the door can't be open, apparently.
Or you just can't have something too close to it.
I lost a couple of seed extract. No, I was standing in the middle of the wall, in between the two doors.
Oh, I have no idea.
I'm right here and I'm not getting any storm exposure.
That's fucked up.
Now I am.
Well, yeah, you walked outside. Alright, everything seems fine.
Clears throat alrighty meowlings. The humans need a nap. Back soon. Try not to drool on the couch while I'm gone. Capello.
Crafting. Let's take a wood and charcoal.
I'm slowly moving stuff out of this one side, so that we have it back in the back or whatever.
It's called your filtering.
Filtering.
Yeah, you're filtering stuff into bigger boxes.
Yeah, I'm condensing.
Condensing, filtering, same thing. Oh, did you guys encounter a wall that at that cave that had stone in it?
No.
Or was it? Or okay.
It
So
was the
there
one-
are some caves that are. They look like they're a walkway almost. They're almost a straight flat edge right in front of you,
Yeah.
and it'll actually light up kind of like a, pickaxe kind of thing. And you
Yeah.
can the
So
wall.
if you look on the map in L12, I put a marker down where we went in that cave.
Yeah, and there's another one down that way, give or take, somewhere.
Yeah, there's another one that has one of those wall things that you're talking about up here. And then-
Cerberus, hello.
Hey, Cerberus.
How are
Welcome
you,
in.
Sir Cerberus 6?
How are you?
Kappa.
Okay, I did not see any chat from you guys. She broke it.
No, I just forgot to push the button. My bad. I'll get my
She's
shit
trying to leave
together
me out of-
someday. I am not.
She's trying to. Ooh. Big deer! No!
Did you say pig deer or big deer?
Big.
It sounded like pig from my end.
I mean, I'd be okay with having venison bacon. Just saying. I like me some bacon. I don't know that I've really had a whole lot of venison in my life, but, you know.
Got some in my freezer.
I figured. Alright, those are done. You go away. Alright, can I make... No, I don't think I can. Because I think that's tier 2, isn't it? Yep, that's tier 2. This is why I'm saving my points. Okay. What do we got in here?
Now, if you hear a bear, good luck, you're on your own.
I feel the love. Put that back in my inventory.
Yawns loudly and stretches boring humans, always interrupting my beauty sleep. Humph. Curls up and goes back to napping kappa lol.
Very heavy.
I can imagine.
Your shack's falling apart again.
What?
Your shack that's by your pod.
Oh, it's fine. It can. You can just tear it down if you want.
No, it's a good little... Oh crap, I need to get out of the weather.
Oh, that's true. Although there is a pod there, so you can, oh crap, get out of the weather in a pod. Or
Nope.
actually, no, you can't because it's mine. Never mind.
It's alright, I made it look pretty again.
Yay, he pissed it.
That'll be $75, young man.
Excuse me? I'm not a man.
I was talking to Sai.
You wasn't talking to Sai?
I was talking to Sai.
Oh, okay. Just verifying what you said, because I was just gonna repeat what I said if you said what I thought you said. But,
Alright, man.
Whatever, dude.
Did you ever click that share chat?
I did. It says share chat at the top of your chat, dude. Just
Whatever.
Whatevs. There we go. Now all of the doors go in.
I know. My water is low. Shut up. It's fine. You're fine.
You being a wine bag?
My person is, yes.
That's what I meant. I can't find anything. Thought you were getting away from the small boxes.
I was just putting them down on the sidewall to get them out of the... That way we could get around, but... I'm going to go cut down some wood because we need it.
Wood?
Yes. Wood. You know how much wood could a woodchuck? If a woodchuck could chuck wood?
My God. Y'all some crazy motherfuckers.
Huh?
Nothing. Hello, what's up?
Hello, how are you, clueless? No.
Whatever
Obi?
you have the most
Kappa.
of, treat the feline overlord. Alright.
That's the first message I seen all day.
Oh,
It's about time.
I'm surprised you haven't already redeemed that, Mr. Sugar Daddy.
I was trying to give somebody some patience.
We have 1 tuna, 2 chicken,
Hey,
and 3
humans,
salmon.
you
Salmon
can
it
come
is.
pet and play with
At
me
least
in
of
the
these.
Twitch
We
extension Pet
have a
Cafe
ton
anytime.
of
Just
treats.
don't expect me to do
'Cause
any goose tricks.
I
I'm too fabulous
Bought
for
a
the
bunch.
Kappa.
That's like can
Get it?
attest to this.
Ton of treats, tuna, tuna.
You're funny. You waiting for it, huh,
I
honey?
am not even in the same zip code as both of their brains right now. And hello, Clueless.
I think I put. Oh, damn
How
it.
goes your character on EverQuest?
He deleted EverQuest already.
You say hi?
He was playing it this morning.
No? Okay. She's not having it. Like, nope. It's Night at Midnight, new survival game where you play mathematical constant rodents. What's the name of it?
Alvin and the Chipmunks.
Is it the beaver one? I can't remember the name of
Windrose? You play PI rats? Like private investigator rats?
Huh.
Is it on Steam? There it is. I know, you're patiently waiting. Thank you. Oh, damn it. You never did look for extension for my headphones.
No, I did not.
Somebody's spotted.
Alright, come on. Get over here. Over here.
It's the only
Turn
way I
around.
can keep you wrangled into your seat.
Turn around.
What the hell?
There you go.
Pronghorn come over trying to jump into my face. What in the actual hell is going on here?
Salmon for the girl. Ugh, now it's all over my fingers.
Really?
What?
I guess I'm stuck in this tree.
Well, you did exactly what I was going to tell you to
Deathlight,
do.
watch your aim there, buddy.
Did you see my
I couldn't move.
9 p.m. Pacific time for City of Heroes? Correct. Deathlight, did you see my clip of me proving that you shot me last week?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Bullshit. You have a mostly happy plate.
Well,
There's a
see,
little
here's
bit more
the
in there.
problem. Why it's in there's no hit marker.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay, I shot it
aiming
earlier
right
and,
above my head.
I was
There's
aiming
nothing else for you to be trying
on
to
the
hit over there but me.
on the screen was aiming like 2 or 3 inches to the right of a horse to shoot a
Happy plate.
actual
Oi.
wolf, and the game decided, yeah, no, you're gonna shoot the horse right in the face.
It's love and treats from Clueless Noob. Yeah. It's a new person giving you stuff. Where are you going? Hey, come here.
What are you doing?
Come here. You
What,
with the
what
fur.
are you doing?
Let's see if I can adjust this stuff. Come here.
Yeah, stand right there.
It's love and treats from Clueless Noob, baby. And I'll give your sister some love since she doesn't like the treats part. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, 'cause I got high. Because I got high. Because I got high. La da 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 da.
I aimed that
Hello, how are
perfectly,
you?
by
Sound
the way.
alerts and row.
I still
Hello there,
haven't cleaned
human.
up last
Feeling
week's, y'all.
sassy today, are we? Let's see what antics I can get into.
I've been a lazy
Kappa.
bitch.
Hey, you already did it to me once, sir. I will shoot
didn't hit you.
right in the face.
You want some of this? You want some of this? You know what it is, don't you? I'm gonna put it all over your sister.
What the hell?
You want some? I have plans to grow our own catnip, but I'm not the
Black
greatest
Thumb
at,
is,
yeah, I'm not the greatest at growing things, so hey. Come here. Over here. Hey, all over your
She's really
sister.
good at growing things.
Put them on your head.
Growing a pile of brown things in the corner.
There you go. Where are you going? You don't need to be over there. You don't need to be over there. Yes, that's the container that your catnip goes in. So that you can't eat through the packaging. Because I know you, Miss Thing. Ha. You can't get into it. I have to child-proof the packaging. It's all over your sister.
That's light.
Up there. Up on the bed.
What?
You're breaking shit.
Franken, it didn't even hit the... Oh, wow, that's a lot longer than it was, thought it was.
Collapse away from buildings, sir.
Okay, when I started chopping it, I looked up, it didn't seem that long.
I know you're not used to it, you know, the long things.
Purrs and stretches are yes.
You wanna die today.
Another
Welcome
adoring
in,
fan.
Raiders, and thank
How
you,
delightful.
Cerberus, for the
Swishes
raid.
tail,
Yes,
I
welcome.
suppose I
How
can
was your
Thank you for the
stream? What were you
presents.
streaming? Oh,
Meow.
7 days a day. I
Capella.
see that. But that's not always correct. Sometimes Twitch be twitching. What's going on,
Twitch
my
is very
dudes?
twitchy.
Well, we just fed the
Meow
cat
sarcastically are yes. The one and
a
only
treat,
Sir
and
Cerberus 6.
Meowiwana.
Dropping those
With the
gemstone
catnip.
emoji like they're hot, eh?
As you
Well,
can
color
probably
me
see, it is
impressed.
all over her
Rolling
sister.
eyes face emoji. But don't forget to join the Discord. Apparently it's full of wholesome raiders. Sounds like a real party.
But yeah.
Kappa. Now run along and enjoy your 7 days to die with the
You gonna
gang.
get a puppy cam?
Lol.
We have people who literally come just for the cats, which I'm fine with. I mean, that's the whole reason why we put this stuff on there for the channel redemptions.
Pretty much.
We're getting the feline
cat's
overload
mine.
chemically impaired. Yeah, Deathlight is technically Zari. Zari is this one over here, the primarily black one, and then this one is Fiona. Deathlight is Zari's sugar daddy because he is the #1 person so far to give treats to her. Unfortunately, no matter what kind of treats that we try, Fiona does not like treats, which sucks. But
Very rare for
it
her
is
to
what
actually.
it is. Yeah, rare occasions she will.
She'll eat one
try
and she's
one.
like, yeah, no, I'm done.
Yeah.
It's beneath me.
But we've tried all different kinds of treats and flavors, and like we've tried the the tube treats, we've tried the crunchy treats, we've tried the soft treats, we've tried all kinds of shit. Should I turn the fire on so you walk into it and burn yourself?
I'd prefer you didn't, because I'm actually doing something.
Oh, come on. Your dog doesn't do toys, I get it. Yeah. These cats, I swear, until we moved here, because we just recently moved, they had more furniture than we did. We had to buy...
They still technically do.
I don't know about that, but we had to buy a bunch of like storage stuff to hold stuff because where we moved from had a bunch of built-in storage and where we moved to does not. So, but it's all good.
And yes, you are followed.
I already follow Cerberus. Matter of fact,
I was double checking it, making sure.
I am on a 18 watch streak. So yeah, there's that. I keep them up. What is this? Oh, it's a splint. Okay, cool. Yeah. Aw. Appreciate that.
And don't forget, I don't know if she's told you or not, but we do have the channel in our Discord that if you post in there, and she knows you're a streamer, she'll set it to, what is it, the auto post whenever you're live.
If you join our Discord, there is a role that you can select that's the role of streamer. As soon as I know that you're a streamer, then I will add you to auto post when you go live in our Discord. Invite, please. That's easy. There you go.
Hello, how are you, Nikki?
Just make sure you react to the rules, and it will open up a lot. I've had this Discord for years, and I have been tweaking it
slowly,
steadily. It's not the same type as the other ones that we're in. It's not like a streamer support group, but it's just our Discord. But we have one specific channel that I set up to where we auto post. I use StreamCord that I pay for to put stuff in, or put streamers' information in to auto post when they go live, so they don't have to worry about trying to post it. So, you don't have to share your link. I have to go into StreamCord and I just put your name in there, and I do it that way.
She just does it in the back end.
Yep.
I just wanted to mention it to you.
Nope, it's all good.
That's what she said.
And I already have your link anyway, because I already have it up in a different tab. But yeah, it keeps people from having to worry about
You're one
trying
of the
to...
6,000 different tabs she has open on that computer.
I closed 4 before we started streaming.
4.
Oh, wow, 4.
Yeah, that got her like 0.0000001% of resources back in Windows.
I found a really good thing for me. It's called One Tab. I can put things that I need to remember to get back to into one tab, and it's amazing. But yeah, Rox, I already still have you on there as an auto post. Appreciate that. Deathlight is also a streamer. He's currently streaming with us.
Hi. I fly. I'm pilot.
If you guys would like to go follow him as well. He's not in any of the groups that I'm in. He has a very busy work and family life, so I haven't bothered to try to invite him because he doesn't have the kind of time that I do to try to
at least they know how to have fun.
hang out and everybody's thing. So.
Paradise Kappa.
But yeah.
Cerberus, thank you for the follow.
Yes, thank you.
Hello, how are you, Death and A?
Okay, what was I doing? I don't even know.
Oh, wait. Hey, guys, let's run upstairs and go to sleep.
No.
I'm not there, but I will be. I was harvesting a couple of manuls that was over here.
I beat you to a bed. Doo-dah, doo-dah. Thank you, Rox, for
Let me drop his meat real quick so it's
following Deathlight as well.
Thank you for
We
the follow, Rox.
technically have another person that usually plays this with us.
His name is Bloodwolf.
His name is Bloodwolf. He is actually a even newer streamer. Let me give him a shout out as well. He is in the process of moving
or planning his move or recovering from the day of the planning of the move.
Oh, come on. Why do I gotta wait another 30 seconds for a shout out? Really?
I can see again. Do you want me to do it?
I mean, if you want to, yeah. It's / shout out.
I'm in the bed.
I'm in the bed too. Deathlight is not.
It's daytime already. It's already done.
Yeah.
Press to exit bed. I'm trying to exit bed.
Press F.
It just said press to exit bed. It didn't say press F to exit bed. Okay. Shovel. There we go. Thank you. Appreciate it. Alright, now I need to...
Licks poor nonchalantly. Ah yes, Bloodwolf, the game's player with the IDKPIO. How unique.
You out of my
Hashtag
way.
Kappa.
So that I can... Oh wait, I did the wrong thing. Dirt mound. There we go. 2...
Not the wheel of
3,
misfortune.
4, 5. Yeah, we have all kinds of fun stuff. Are you digging it to work? Nice.
Nice. Well, it's a beautiful game right now with beer goggles on.
We have all kinds of fun stuff that you can do on our channel. We have all kinds of channel redemptions. If you mouse over the stream, there is a purple heart that shows up with stream stickers. There's sound alerts. There's all kinds of stuff. Because I like fun things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wrong one again. 1. Item broken. Goodness gracious. There we go.
I thought I actually had already followed, but
Already followed who?
Cerberus.
Oh. That's the beautiful thing about us, the way that we have things set up.
It's 3 follows.
It's 3 follows. I don't follow
lazily. Oh look,
with
it's the
our
peasants.
streaming
Want to come
account
pet me in the
because
pet
the way
cafe
that I
Twitch
do it
extension?
is
Try not
I
to
follow
slobber
when
all
we
over me
raid
this
people.
time. Okay?
Because when
Kappa
we
love.
raid people, I try to raid a different person every time so that I'm kind of spreading the support around.
Depending on the games and...
Yeah, I mean, if it's City of Heroes, there's very few people who actually stream that game. But, I'll follow on the streaming account when we raid somebody, and that way I know that we've already raided them before, and I won't, you know, I'll try not to raid them again unless, there's not anybody else to raid or whatever. But where's the dirt? There's the dirt. You go in there.
Face shot.
Yeah, I've been going through in my off time, relearning how to actually play EverQuest because it's been a hot minute since I've been in. But
How many seeds in total do I have? Oh my god, I have a lot.
I caught bait.
Holy cow. We're going with noobs?
Well, I'm not gonna play the one that I've been playing. It's
Yeah.
on Fire on a Vi, but it'd be a brand new fresh character. I don't even have any items or anything like that over on that server, so I can't even like give myself anything.
There, that goes there.
No twinkage.
Can we make... Do we have unlocked some way of preserving food?
It's currently a free-to-play account, so.
Oh, hey, you know?
Yeah, you still got cat cam.
Somebody could have reminded me I had cat cam.
Hey, by the way, you got cat cam.
I'm gonna throw something in your face. I swear I'm gonna go looking
Cat
through
cam.
I'm gonna go looking through the IKEA bag in the trunk of my car that has all the cat toys in it and try to find the damn catnip bananas just so that I could try to throw them at your face.
I mean, I guess we could actually make
I told you what to do,
cats
Nikki.
for our characters.
Get a baggie, put all the cat weed into it, and then put the buy a bunch of the little toy mice for cats.
Mm-hmm.
Get them wet, put them in that, let it kind of soak up, and then when
We
you bring them out, put those out, and then they sit there and bat those things around like crazy, and they get stoned doing it.
When I do finally get the IKEA bag out of the trunk of my car, I will take a picture of the sheer amount of toys that these cats have.
It's
Did you,
huge.
did you just say IKEA?
Yes, the big,
Like, you're one of those
huge
people.
blue bags. And that's not even all of them.
What do you mean, one of those people? IKEA is great for certain stuff.
Our couch is from IKEA.
Half of our desk is IKEA.
I love IKEA.
It's actually the best way to make a desk
And
is
they have
IKEA for
some
computers.
really good Swedish meatballs lunch, and it's not expensive. I'm just saying.
That and the lingonberry jam.
Oh god, yeah. That shit's good.
Anybody have a great saying for IKEA, like, starts with an IKEA kind of thing?
You mean kind of like Ford?
Found on Road Dead.
Yeah.
First on race day.
Yeah.
Anagram, I think is what it's called.
Yeah.
Yeah, that thing.
I don't.
There's a bunch. I don't know them offhand, but there are quite a few.
How come you don't know?
Because I don't really pay attention to social media stuff very much.
He's not a social media person.
Just
I
being
literally
honest.
have to tell him check Discord.
I was actually
check
chatting
Discord.
last night. She's like, you need to check Discord. I'm like, I'm actually have it open. It's on the screen.
You were chatting with me.
I was also
But-
chatting with Clueless Noob.
I wanted to make sure that you actually went back to our channel and checked that as well.
I was.
I didn't know for sure, because, just making sure you weren't ignoring it,
No.
because you're bad about that. Real bad.
I have I have two EverQuest accounts, technically. I have my old original one, not my original one. That one got lost for whatever reason whenever they changed from Sony to Daybreak. But I could never recover that account, and it pissed me off.
Damn it. I got the mouse.
But whenever I went back the first time, I had set up a new account, and it's got a couple of characters on it, on a couple of different servers, but the one that I have set up to play for this is not a, I guess you would say, a preferred one. It's only ever been a free to play, so.
I think.
Death Core Brick.
I'm
Thanks for the raid, bud.
I think I'm going to wait to plant.
Welcome,
anything
Raiders.
else.
How are you?
Yes, welcome, Raiders.
Welcome, Deathlights Raiders.
This is Sai and Nikki.
Hi.
They're awesome people.
No, we're crazy people.
I'm all-
The cats are the
I'm
cool
all
ones.
pointing like you're right there behind me.
Right. How's that working?
Not very well.
I mean, ish.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna wait.
Whatever
to
way
plant
northwest
anything.
is.
Probably more west than north. As far as where you live compared to us.
He's in Idaho.
That's why I said more west than north.
Repair you. Put you down there.
Yeah, he's the Idaho, and then he lives in Idaho.
Open.
Something like that.
Why? I want this. Let me
Could have
unlock
had a pronghorn.
this. Why can't I unlock this?
What is this?
Crafted at the crafting bench. Where the fuck is the crafting bench?
The very first thing on tier 2.
I got it. We're good. Okay.
Are you level 10?
Yep.
Oh.
What is this? You are not people, you're servants to the feline. Yep, that's for sure. We are their servants to feed them and give them water and love and treats and clean their shit.
Oh yeah, Cerberus. Oh yeah.
So
Not really. I mean,
let me
it
show you
depends
something.
on.
Hold on.
It depends on your definition of played.
Let me show you something.
Played in.
Let's see.
I've only got very, very minimal amounts of time in the game.
Not that one. This one. Primary monitor. Why are you not? Oh, because I still have the other one. Okay. There we go. Okay.
I'm also completely just talking out my ass too.
Other cams.
By the way.
Oh, I don't have that one on here. Okay, hold on. Let me show you this.
I've got like
You see that right there?
yeah, she hasn't played.
3,810.2 hours. Nope, I don't play that game at all. Just saying.
I got more hours in Rust than that.
Well, I mean, if we're going to talk about
that's
hours
just
in
on
game,
Steam. That's just on Steam. We started playing 7 Days to Die and Alpha 15 on the PlayStation. When we
Yeah.
realized that PlayStation didn't have a lot of the things that the
It
PC
sucked.
users had, we bought 2 copies for our PCs. One for my PC, one for his. And that's when we started playing on Steam. And we don't have a console anymore.
On PC, she does have more hours than me, because
We
I
used
was
to run a
working
server and I
lot,
played.
and she was playing a lot with the people on that server.
Yeah.
So, but when it comes down to it, I have like 3,500 hours in 7 days. I want to do this one, kind of like a max realism with like the Walker Sim mod also in it, with headshots only. And
That was
she
not
doesn't
the one I was aiming
want
for.
to do that. Nice.
Mod developer? Sweet. Skinning bench. Wait, does that allow us to actually pick the
Yes, you can carry the thing back and put it on there.
cooking station? That's what I want. Salting station, potbelly stove. I have 4 points available. Hells the fuck yeah. Okay. Okay. I got one more left. I'll do that one. Okay. Right. Now then.
Nice.
How do I do all this new stuff?
I think,
Stone and leather.
I think what is it? Is Izzy's or Azalea's gun mod is the gun modification we normally use, and then B-dubs I think is what it is, and then there's another one that I actually put in for her to be able to fly. I have to put the gyro to heli modification in, because if I don't, she plays Ringy Ringy Rosie with highline poles in game.
I need signs on boxes, please. Icarus.
Yeah, better biomes. I've been using one that Urban Decay. I've been messing with, and then Walker Sim and Headshots Only, and then there's a couple of others. Like, there's some quality of life ones that I always put in, which is like the craft from containers and the quick stack that I'll put in. And then also honk to open doors with your vehicle. That way you can open the gates of the traders so you can drive in and actually pull through their drive-thrus. And then unlocked doors or open doors are always unlocked, because I think it's utterly stupid that a door is locked and you can't do anything with it if it's standing wide open.
Really? All right.
And until they 2.5, when it came out, is when we started playing again, because in 1.0 and 2.0 they completely destroyed the survival aspect of it, because there was no survival minus food. You know, you had food and water and that was it. You didn't have anything for any environmental stuff that was out there that you used to have. And now at least that's actually better. It's not 100%, but it is pretty good.
Y'all.
Okay. I'm getting oxide stuff.
I don't know what it is that we need to unlock, but whatever it is that we need to unlock to be able to make ingots, we need to unlock that. I have the cooking station, the potbelly stove, and the anvil already done, along with the salting station.
It's the smelter thing.
Figures. But we need a bigger house.
We need to expand the house, yes.
Yeah. Well, we also need to unlock the new crafting materials and stuff like that. Probably the stone one or whatever it is. I don't know.
The sooner we can unlock stone structures, the better, because if we start getting like lightning strikes, stuff like that.
I didn't actually get to see it because I was actually doing like 20 things at the moment whenever you were playing. So I apologize. But if you have, well, here, actually, hold please. Let me run back over here and I'll look up. Do you have VODs on yours? If you have VODs, I can look real quick. If it shows one.
He should. So many people don't, though.
Yeah.
It's so disappointing when you go to try to watch somebody stream after they stop streaming and it's not on. It's like, oh, man. Out in there. Where's the salt? Salt. Somewhere. Probably in the box over here.
Salt's pink.
Yeah. Actually, salt is in a bag. I was looking for the already harvested stuff.
Through the trees, didn't even see it. Well, saw where it went, so. It's funny, I can aim in this game, but I can't seem to aim for crap in Hunt Showdown.
You started today's VOD in your bar? Wait, you have a bar? That's alright. I'm moving in. Bye, honey. Oh, see, y'all, I didn't put it back on the other thing.
What kind of bar?
Oh,
A gaming
I didn't
bar?
mean to do that one.
A jelly bean bar?
I'm moving in with Cerberus. He has a bar. I'm just kidding.
Dun dun dun.
What is the max I can make? Okay, fine. We'll make 5 of those. Not like I can't get more of that stuff somewhere.
Stretches out lazily. You puny humans think you can just pet me? The pet cafe in this Twitch extension is for my entertainment, not yours.
Water.
Capello.
Water.
Well, I have it pulled up. So I will go through and look at it. I actually just like seated my pants to my way through building one for our playthrough that we just finished. It's an attached crafting system or crafting base with a horde base, but it's attached in a, it's an auto dropper. So they run across like they're going to come up to a fighting position. It is capable of having them get into the fighting position, but only one mob can get there. Everybody else will always fall. And then there is a dual ladders with fighting positions at the top of the ladders to where you can stand there and shoot down the ladders. Because of the way we had it set up and stuff, it was actually a pretty good for the way we designed our base and stuff and our playthrough.
He says we like I had anything to do with the building of it. Or the planning.
She's
of the
played
building
more
of
than
it.
me, and she does not do well with the building aspect at
I
times.
do. It's just every time I have an idea, you're always like, that's not going to work. Before I even get half of my idea out. So I just don't even try anymore.
That's not entirely true.
Bullshit.
Granted, the last time she actually was in the process of building something was, what, Alpha 21?
It's
Or
been a
something like
minute.
that. But
I
it was
gave
right at
up.
the beginning of Alpha 21.
I just let you do it anymore.
I have a, I guess you would call it a mental capacity to be able to see everything in life in a three-dimensional environment from a fourth-dimensional purview in my head.
I blame the 42 voices in his head. According to what he says, at least.
42? Is that the meaning of life?
No,
What
it's
they
just
say.
it's when we stopped counting how many voices that are talking to each other inside of my head.
When he and I first got together, it used to be one voice for every year that he'd been alive. And then it got to the point where it stopped at 42.
So mine's not about perfection. Mine is more just the way my brain works. I taught myself based on military and what we were having to do. And so most of the guys in our units actually taught ourselves how to think certain ways to where we could actually be having a conversation openly in live. But while having that conversation, I've got voices that basically are conversing back and forth to play out every directional path that the conversation can go inside of my head.
Hence why I only get half of my idea out, and he's like, it's not going to work.
Because I'm basically thinking it out loud in my head while listening to the conversation. And somehow I'm able to keep up with both sides of it. I don't ask me how it actually worked out, but
I'm with Clueless. I got demons in my head that I can't fucking stand. I just want to shoot them half the time.
like I can't even, like, when I'm playing a game. So for example, when I play this game, I see this rock in real life. So this rock is here. If I've seen it from every angle, but I can actually visualize it now after seeing it here in the game, I can visualize it from multiple different angles in its environment in my head at the same time. So I can see every conceivable way of actually interaction with that rock and the environment around, from as little as like looking at it from here. I can be in my brain up here on top of this, looking down at it. It's crazy. And trying to get people to understand that and keep up with that with my brain. And it's not that I'm, you know, good or special or anything. It's just...
You are special.
Mostly Ed, but... Damn bees. They some mad bees over here.
Blood Wolf, what's up?
Hey, Blood Wolf. But yeah, it's very hard, and I have to like curb stomp those voices in my head all the time, just simply because, like with her, I have to tell myself over and over and over with one of those voices to don't say shit, let her finish.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. One of them is there trying to keep me in line, because whenever she's telling me something, I've literally, by the time she gets it out, already thought of it from like 40 different directions. And she's trying to explain an idea or something, and it's like the urge to say, yeah, it won't work. You know, or hey, that's a good idea, but you really need to do it this way, or something else. It's I have to come up with so many ways in my head to shut myself up. It is not even funny. And I try, you know. And it doesn't help that, I guess sympathy and empathy are one of the...
Non-existent?
It's not that they're non-existent. They're not things that I key on in life. I don't allow myself sympathy or empathy because of emotional standings because of the military.
Oh, hello.
I've closed a lot of that part of my life off because of past experiences with the military. It's one of those things you wish you'd never seen type deals. It's also the part of the military I don't like, which is the fact that they don't teach you how to deal with any of that. They just teach you how to do things, not how to recover or deal with doing the things.
I'm about to be a slow ass bitch. Okay. Did I get it all? No, I did not. No, I did. Okay. And I'm slow. Super slow.
Yeah, she actually.
What's up?
Welcome in, Blood Wolf. We figured you were probably trying to catch up on rest or just deal with the stuff
Hacking
from
or whatever.
your pending move.
Oh, I've had a headache the past few days, and today it's got to the point where it's.
I thought you were like me and you were the headache. I'm talking about myself in this instance, not directly talking about you, but I am talking about you.
No, it's gotten real bad because I've had it for the past couple of days today, and today it's just been screwing with my eyesight. Any kind of lights or whatever have been really bothering me.
That's normally a cluster headache or a migraine, in which case, gaming, not the best thing to probably do at that time, because the monitor is not a constant steady on, it is actually flashing, even though you can't see it.
Well, I do have enough background light, so
That's Hertz rating for you.
it's not bad right now. Yeah, that's another reason.
You can always try one of the old tricks though to see if it will actually release and help with it. I don't know if you can see our stream or not, but if you take these two fingers and this portion of your hand, put your thumb on the top side of your hand in that webbing, put your finger in that webbing on the bottom side of your hand, the inside of your hand, squeeze as hard as you possibly can until it hurts like hell. And hold that for as long as you can, usually about 15-20 seconds with that pressure, and then release. And I have no idea why headaches melt away. If it's a cluster headache, it will probably go away. It's something about a pressure point and a endorphin system that it's releasing. But hopefully you feel better soon.
Yep.
Oh, that would have been cool if I hit that from here. I shot at that thing you killed.
Where do we want salt?
Upstairs in the salting machine. If it fits, but
Hey, don't get salty with me.
Salt food.
Hey, look, it fits.
So, what has been accomplished since I haven't been on?
We got the server up and running, and we were able to actually get on.
Besides that, 'cause I did see the message. I guess she was having problems getting it up and running or some shit.
We went up and actually have a great night, Cerberus. Sorry, I was talking.
Yes, have a good night.
We went to the cave up there just south of where the L12 is on the map and got the materials that we could harvest out of that. That way she could get closer to level 10, and I'm almost level 10 myself. And then beyond that, we've been just trying to get level 10 so we can unlock the next tier.
Requires fuel. Oh.
Hey, look, I just hit level 10. I killed a wolf.
I'm almost to level 10.
Beyond that, that is it.
There we go. I restocked
Well,
the
I rearranged the inside of the
water
house on the bottom
purifiers.
downstairs. By the way, the pinned thing has the info for getting in. It did change because of
I updated the pinned comment, in other words.
yeah. We have a yard ornament.
You?
No, we have a yard ornament.
Yeah, you?
No, this deer carcass.
Oh.
Not me.
Hello.
Tech tree.
That
Here.
carcass is That carcass was
Ooh,
mine.
the
I
Pet
forgot
Cafe
after you skin
extension.
it, you can
Huh?
actually find
Well,
for the
if
bones
you must,
afterwards.
come pet and play with me
It's
there.
okay.
But don't think
I
I'll
was
make it
just like,
easy
where'd
for
the
you.
yard ornament
Puny
come from?
humans, Kappa lol.
Yeah, that was me.
Water skin. That actually sounds like
I have
really
been doing the hunting job and keeping food in the fire.
I have 9 tech points, so I'm getting a water skin unlocked, and I'm also thinking about doing the oxygen bladder. And then I'll start.
Yes, and then make everybody some.
I'll make
The stream will
myself.
be back soon, unless I decide
Well,
to
I gotta
take a
figure
nice
out
nap
what that
instead.
is. I don't know
Meow
what it is.
meow.
I'll do the smelter stuff. Don't worry about that.
Where do I need to go to do the new building material? I'm looking for that along this list.
Oh, blood! I almost shot you.
It's okay. He almost dropped a tree on my head earlier. And then he dropped one on the house, and he's like, how did he hit nothing? Oh, wait, it was taller than I thought.
Why are you standing there? You were over there.
Hey, we don't need these. I don't know why they have this. We have Blood Wolf.
What are we talking about?
Lightning rods.
Oh, yeah. That checks.
What the fuck?
Tell us we're wrong.
What? I didn't do it. So we need level 15 to get the masonry bench so that we can get stone building stuff. So, okay. Should I save my 8 points to do that, or
No, because you'll get more points.
I mean, I guess I can make some hedgehogs. Not really. I'm not going to do that, but the hell was that?
I killed a horse.
It sounded like the horse crashed into the wall.
Just about. I was trying to hit it before it got in here, and Nikki was sitting there firing at it.
I got it.
I guess I can do the fishing bench.
That's fine.
Or
Salt food.
you're doing crafting stuff for food and stuff, correct? So like mortar and pestle and that stuff.
Well, hold on. That's preserved.
I will need to unlock the anvil because of getting stuff that's down through there.
I already have the anvil unlocked.
No, I know. I just meant to unlock other stuff down the list. I have to have the anvil unlocked also. So
I did the anvil, the wood burner, the cooking station, the salting station, and the potbelly stove so far, along with the crafting bench. The crafting bench and the salting station are upstairs because we really need to expand this base, which is going to create a issue because we're going to have to get rid of this thing. Who knows? It just...
Well, I mean,
like move stuff is what I mean, not get rid of it, but you know what I mean.
Well, my original goal, like I said, when we were on last time, I was trying to figure out where a decent flat area would be. Not really flat, but a decent space area.
I mean, I guess we could build out over the water as long as we put poles and stuff down. Correct?
Yeah.
Yes, you can.
You also get what, foundation pieces, like the actual
support. You get the support beams that you can actually build off of and whatnot. The pillars or whatever.
I thought I saw a foundation one also. Maybe that was just the dirt.
Well, there's a stone one as well, but the starting one is dirt.
But
if you're trying to do over water, you would have to use the pillars and whatnot.
Okay. I just wasn't sure if you could put down the like the dirt foundation or something like that down there, or if you needed stone one in the water.
I mean, you probably could if you put the dirt one down, we probably could have leveled it out like whatnot. But looking out over here, it's just way too hilly and whatnot.
Yeah. No, that's fine.
I know when I do my playthrough, I guess there was another part, not this part here, but I think it's around, over there in the. If you look at the map, like over there where G5 and all that is, that's usually where I spawn at.
Yeah, up in that northern area.
Yeah, because there's a lot more flat areas over there.
I did what he told me to do.
Well, it's suggested because we were newer to go to the green area because there's less nasty wildlife minus wolves and the aggressive as hell horses.
Oh yeah, I know over there, the wolves and the horses are a little more, pretty much almost like on a daily basis type deal. Instead of like here, every now and then we'll come across them.
Yeah,
it's like
all the
As
time.
soon as you walk out your front door, you got to look either right to the left, or you're gonna have a horse.
Or they come in your house.
Yeah,
I've had that happen.
Well, if you have it fenced off, they won't. They'll just sit there and attack the
fence.
Like, yeah.
Yeah.
We also want to try to stay near water too, because of the generators. Well, the first set of generators, they actually are water powered.
Yeah. Well, but you got to have a running water source for those. The water wheel.
Well, this is flowing water, so.
I don't think the stuff right here is flowing.
Yes, it is. Yeah,
oh, is it? Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess it is.
Oh. Okay. Fish does not go on the drying rack, apparently. So I shall put it in the campfire.
I'm gonna go on a little explore.
Okay, dokie.
Before you do that, everybody upstairs go to sleep. That way it's daytime for that explorer.
Hell no.
At night is fun.
If you want to go at night, I don't care.
Yeah, the only exploring I don't want to do is if it's getting ready to thunder.
Come on.
Lightning and the thunder.
It's one thing, but when you're actually playing this and you get struck twice in a row.
Been there, done that. I'm in bed.
I did not do that because I stood close but not near Blood Wolf. And when it was lightning the other day on stream, it almost hit him twice. It literally hit the area above him twice.
All right, honey, get to building.
Hold on.
What? You're what?
I'm trying to figure stuff out.
Damn, I can't punch in this game.
You can. You just make sure you have nothing equipped.
I did that, but it wouldn't let me punch Sai.
I mean, we know there's friendly fire on, with me and Deadlight freaking shooting arrows at each other.
Or Deathlight shooting me last week and me clipping it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Lies. Lies and shenanigans.
Shenanigans.
Yep. That goes in there. Where are bones? There they are. I find them. Salt some meat. I don't know if I need to do that before or after, but whatever. It's being done. There we go. Yeah, I don't have anything in my hands right now.
His TV show's low enough, right? You guys can't really
Yeah,
hear
I can't hear it at all.
Yeah, I can't hear it either.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Pick it up.
O2 bladders are filling upstairs.
No.
That will allow us to go farther away from the base.
Nice.
And you can always drink out of any stream or whatnot. So
At the risk of dysentery.
The pooping of oneself.
I never said
a-
it was safe.
Got the wicked shits.
So there's 4 bladder slots, and there's 3 bladders left. I've already got my bladder.
I'll grab mine when I head back.
You can just interact with the whole machine and
And I think the next thing after them is what, the oxygen tanks.
yes, I believe so. Yeah, but those are some distance away.
Yeah, no.
Crap.
I was just saying, I could remember. I'm trying to remember what the next one was after that. There's a whole lot of corn.
Leather fiber bone.
We don't need the corn right now.
Well, I'm saying no, because where I'm at or whatever, it's near water and it's a real big patch of corn.
I'll make everybody a water skin. Maybe.
Yeah, I didn't do water skins yet. Excuse me, Nikki. I'm over encumbered, and I'm taking ore upstairs.
Nope, you're good.
Since we don't really have room down here until we build bigger.
You're good.
Everybody's water skin is in the workbench up top.
Right. Oh, there it is. Oh, that's oxygen. Dude.
Yeah, I guess they call it the wood beam. Is what you would make if you want to start doing stuff like over.
Yeah, the support beam.
Well, they call it wood beam.
All right. Now I've got water. And
All right, we are now making iron ingots.
I hazard the food.
Yay! Because once we have ingots done, then I can make some of the other stuff. I just need space.
That was one of the things I should have been looking for, I
What?
guess. A clothing station. I should have unlocked it. That way I can maybe start getting closer to making a backpack.
Well, I mean, there are 4 of us.
Yeah.
So, I mean...
So I need a textiles workbench, and then I can start making pouches, like the satchels or whatever.
I just meant that you're not the only one who can do it.
No, I was just trying to find stuff that's not in a normal situation. I went ahead and unlocked stuff that we're each individually going to have to get, but so like I have iron pickaxe, iron axe, iron knife unlocked because I wasn't sure if you had to have it unlocked or not to repair it. I don't think you do, but I think you have to be back at the base anyways to do it. Do we not have an anvil?
No, because you have to have ingots for the anvil. I have the
Viewers,
anvil unlocked.
you can
I
come
just
pet
needed
and play
ingots
with
to be
me
able
in the
to make
Twitch
it.
Pet Cafe extension.
Hey, look, we have
Don't
a
expect any gratitude, though. I'm
radio.
a cat after all. Capello.
Almost forgot. Senatai have come up with a fancy new way of shipping your exotic hauls off-world. They're calling it the Orbital Exchange System. OES. Abandoning all your planet-side tech is a thing of the past, if you prefer. Chuck them in the pod, and it drops it all off at the station. OES schematic should be available, if you want to build one. Good luck, Prospector.
Yay, we have more stuff. An option.
So there's easy missions, and then there's hard missions. And then there's upgrades you can do that you are farther down the tech tree. And then there's bosses that you can upgrade or track and upgrade. And the bosses are
tough.
A little more difficult.
I know there's some of the stuff that they won't be able to do because of the need of expansion.
Hey, Bloodstorm?
Bloodstorm.
Well, I was reading on the thing. So there's a flash storm coming in Blood Wolf. So Bloodstorm is what I'm going to call it from now on.
That's what his new name should be. With a background of just nothing but sheer lightning.
Is somebody coming in?
Victoria connected?
Who?
It says Victoria connected. How did
crap.
Who?
So.
Who connected and why? How?
Because it's not locked and it's opened and.
You did not, I'm guessing.
Did not password lock the server?
Yeah.
I didn't see a way to do that.
Nikki's gonna die by lightning.
I probably am. But at least I'm right by the base.
I suggest you get fire whackers too.
I have that on me.
I have one in the thing upstairs. I just
those trees over there erupted like Crazy. Yeah, nicely enough, the base won't like disintegrate completely overnight or during one of these, unless it's one of the long ones. But that's by then you're already into stone and stuff like that. So.
Yeah, well, where I'm currently at, there's no way I can make it back to base, so I'm currently hunkered down.
Find a cave or take your pickaxe and dig inside of a big rock and then hide in that.
That's what I did. Apparently, they kept telling me no shelter, so whatever I did, I literally, with the hole that I built, I literally put 2 walls right in front of it. Then it said I was sheltered in, so.
Nice.
Dang it. Okay, we need to get in the habit of closing these doors. I lost every one of my seed extractors because the doors were left open.
Sorry. I was trying to get upstairs to repair while he whacked, if needed.
Oh, good part is lightning's done.
You are definitely going to have to, lock the server, though.
I know. I just have to figure out
And
how to
with
do that.
PvP on.
Hmm?
And with PvP on, there's nothing stopping them from coming over here and killing us.
No, I know.
Well, it may be one of those things where...
They're a level 31, too.
Yeah, which means they could bring stuff in and use guns and stuff.
So, question, do you want to, everybody come back to the base and put us on, be right back real quick, and, or just chatting or something, and,
yeah,
get that locked?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we can just stay where we are since we're hunkered down.
Yeah, but I think you're going to have to turn the server off, change the settings in the server settings, and then...
I get that. I'm just saying we can log out where we are is what I'm trying to say.
Well, I was mostly saying that because Bloodwolf is not here.
Yes.
Well, where I'm at, I'm in a good space too, so even if I were to log off, I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, he was hunkered down for the storm, so technically we can log out where we are.
Yep, I was hunkered down in a little rock that I caved at. I was like, yep, I'm gonna hide here.
So. Alright. I'll just put us on just chatting instead of the other.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Alright, go ahead and log out, guys, and I will turn the server off and see about fixing that.
Yeah, because it looks like that person's actually trying to figure out how a way to get over to where you guys are at.
Yeah. That's alright, they're about to get booted.
Yeah.
Did you guys get logged out?
Yeah.
I thought... I didn't realize that you didn't have it set that way, so...
What?
My apologies for
were you
not
saying
reminding.
Something? Couldn't be bothered to listen.
It's a whole
Curls
new...
up and dozes off, Capilal.
No, it's fine.
It's a whole new,
I didn't think, I thought maybe Nitrado would have had a thing where you can put a password.
I didn't see it.
But, or it should. Oh,
I see it now. Alright. We got this.
I mean, worst case scenario, I just bring in my 60, but I don't have any points to spend on any good weapons.
Well, since we're doing a actual group playthrough, I would rather have it locked.
Yes.
That way we're not having to compete with anybody else on the server. You know, it's just especially since it's a private server also.
That's something I forgot to do over here even.
What?
I stopped the ducks last week, and so they weren't running on just chatting, but I'm starting them up now while the server is working on rebooting. I found where the password is, and I have it, and I have now updated the pinned comment in our DMs. But don't do anything just yet, because I need to make sure when the server restarts whether it updates the IP or not. So give me just a moment on that.
It shouldn't, because it's not doing anything. But shouldn't and isn't is two separate, excuse me, things.
There we go.
Hello, motherfucker.
Right click. And that one. That there. Bloodwolf, are you streaming or no?
At the moment, no.
Okay, no, it's fine. I was
No,
just
I
gonna
do-
send you a thing if you were.
We were planning on doing the other game right after this, right? Was that
The
scheduled
City
like-
of Heroes? Yeah.
Yes.
Or like, okay. So I'll do this. I'll do the stream then. By that time, any
Okay.
little side stuff I have to do right now will be out of the way.
Nope, that's fine. I did. The IP
So you
address
think.
is the same. So open that. 'Cause I
Is it back up
completely-
and running?
It is back up and running. I'm not in though, so you guys can try to get in and see if it shows up and test that. But there is a password, and it is in the pinned comment.
And it does not take long for the servers to restart, it looks like.
One of my other friends is playing. I almost joined his out of
Huh.
habit.
It didn't ask for a password. Oh man, Flash Storm again?
Oh, okay. Get out of it.
Yeah, this still just doesn't say lock.
Yeah, I realized why.
Because you didn't check mark it to be locked.
No.
Oh,
Because I'm an idiot.
she forgot to select save changes.
I'm having a day, y'all. Alright. Now it's saved. Let me restart it again. Save that again. Restart. Yes, I want to restart. Man, oh man.
Why is this game going through my freaking sound going through the freaking speakers?
It beats the hell out of me.
There it goes.
Not a clue, sir.
It's working on restarting still.
Self-destruct.
Right?
I did hear beeping and there was smoke, so.
Alright. It is restarted.
Aha. There we go.
And now it shows the lock symbol.
Hey, it actually asked for a password. It's amazing what happens when you hit save changes.
Yeah, I know, right?
all good. You can actually click us back over to live now.
I'm fixing to.
Or I can.
Yeah.
If I can see. Okay. Hey, look. Mother freaking hell, I was outside. The bottom door is unlocked.
I was inside.
Yeah, it kicked me outside.
Yep. Oh. I had actually come up here and got my hammer too. It didn't save that either.
I had mine on me still.
I had mine in the box up here.
You shut the door and I was trying to repair.
Well, I'm sorry. Hey, look, I didn't lose all my thingies now. That was unexpected.
We're about to be in another storm flash phase. There's this small one and then another slightly larger one that's coming up.
I think I'm blind.
Why? Why do you think you're blind?
Because I am.
Oh, okay. Well,
My eyes.
I totally just realized that I can literally just stand in the middle of the room and just spin.
Yeah. That's what I was doing.
Because for some reason, I don't see the pinned message.
Hit the thumb, the
You have to click the pin.
the pin up at the top of the DM.
No, go out, go out.
Where it
No,
says
go
pin-
out, go
pin
out,
messages.
go out.
Found it, found it, found it.
Okay. Alright, what are you going out for?
We got zapped on our roof. I can't get it to go out.
I don't have my whacker with me.
I'm whacking it. A lot.
I'm logging in with my whacker.
You might not be high enough to be able to reach it.
Yes, you can.
Either that, or it could be just sometimes I've had it too, where it's like just a graphical glitch where it still looks like it's on fire.
There it goes.
There, I got it.
What?
It will forever be black until we get it all turned to stone.
Well, it still shows a little flame up there, so.
You might have to find somebody to get on the roof because the pillars or something could be on fire. And I'm currently trying to get back in.
Oh, you can't stand on a door. Ah! I
What if
fell
you
to the
stand on
ground.
the window thing?
Yeah.
Can you?
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
See, that could be a.
Yeah, that's just a glitch. Okay.
Yeah, it's just a glitch until it
Consumes the house.
Well, I mean, I've hit it multiple times and it's not burning.
Okay, so me being from just logging in, I don't see any fire.
Okay.
Well, it's just a glitch. Crafting.
Where did you say these water bladders were?
Well, I'm
And the
gonna step
crafting
away just for
station
a
up
moment.
top.
In the workbench.
This one, yeah.
Oddly enough, in the thing that you used to make them.
Okay, I need to build a rainwater catcher for when we have storms, so that we currently have a way to
You can fill
fill
them.
them.
You put it on your
Where?
hot bar.
Yeah, you put it on your hot bar and you put it, you go over here to the water purifier things that are in the water.
Yeah. And F to fill from there.
Really?
Yep.
Because I have my fancy one. Oh.
What the hell?
There. Put that there.
Okay. Well, catastrophe averted. Well, I say catastrophe, but, you know, minor issue and inconvenience converted.
Adverted. Averted. Whatever.
Overted.
Overted.
Inverted.
Whatever the
As
fuck
in
the
upside-
verted word is.
Inverted is upside down.
Yeah.
Covert is hidden. And so,
Averted is disaster averted. It was the correct pronunciation.
well, we coverted
Don't
our
ask me.
server. Covert.
Oh,
Everything
Oh.
grow by it. Now I gotta pick it all up again. De-weed the yard.
Probably this guy.
Okie dokie. Have a good nap.
Yes, have a good nap. Get a little old man power nap in for me too. Technically, I just woke up
I don't really,
like 2 hours before the stream.
I don't
but
really do naps, because by the time I finally get to sleep,
that's
it's time
all
to get
you do
back
is
up.
naps, technically?
Yeah, I mean, I sleep for an hour or two at a time.
Yeah, and then you wake up. So, technically,
By
you
the time,
only do naps.
by the time I fall asleep, though, it's time for me to get back up.
Yeah.
If I try to take a actual nap. Unless I'm just sheer exhausted, which I'm always exhausted, but not to the point where my body's like, yep, you're going to sleep right away. No, of course not. I wish. That is a pipe dream of mine.
Maybe if we build this over water, the water will put it out if it catches fire. I know
No.
that it doesn't work that way. I
Doubtful.
was being facetious.
I don't think it works that way.
I mean,
I could be wrong. I
no,
freely
I'm
admit this.
100% sure that you're not wrong. Them adding something like that, you know, you would have to have like an automated sprinkler system that runs into the water to actually spray. And that's not something that we've set up in this game.
If it's even something that is available that they have in the game.
There is water balloons that you can do. Which I'm assuming means you can actually throw it at the building or whatever.
The fires.
Yeah. Actually. Craft. Craft. Move you down, move you to
I was
here.
wondering if that Victoria person had built anything yet or
I don't know.
whatnot, but I'm not seeing any structures.
Are you at their pod?
Yeah.
My inventory's full.
Greetings, peasants. Bask in my glorious presence while I deign to acknowledge your inferior existence. Capello.
Okay. How much bigger do I need to make this, or does it really matter? Or how much bigger would you like for me to make this?
Well, I don't know, because I don't know all of the machines that we're going to end up with. I'm going to pick these up before I lose them because nobody's closing doors.
Sorry,
You don't need, honestly, you don't need that many seed things, I don't think.
Well,
She was just
I did
doing what
that
she normally
because
does.
I had a whole bunch of plants and I was needing seeds. And yeah.
She was doing her standard, I'm going to over prep.
No, it was just taking forever for it to do the seeds because it does what's first in the container. And you have a whole lot in the container, then it takes forever for it to do it. So, might as well.
Remind me after the stream to adjust my video settings even lower so that I get better frame rates. And hopefully that takes care of some of this lag issue. I've never had it be this bad, but
I remember when I played
I just
with
don't know
Dead
what's going
Code
on.
and you guys before, I didn't have the issues that I had when we started this one, so I don't know.
Some of
I'm
that
wondering if they updated something and it
broke something.
or just
Yes.
changed.
Oh, long shot. Oh, I actually hit it. One shot.
Okay, so
As he moves. Sure.
I'm trying to kill people again.
maybe.
No, deer.
Oh.
I've got a whole bunch of bone arrows out in the middle of the water somewhere. It was a beautiful shot, though. Would have been more beautiful had I hit the thing right in the head, killed it from clear across the lake, but I hit the horse from clear across the lake, but I hit it in the butt.
How do you make epoxy?
Epoxy, build a medicine bowl thingy, the medicine, whatchamacallits, and epoxy can be made in those.
Well, he has the anvil, and I'm about to put it down.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, you're making the anvil?
Yeah.
Okay.
It is.
Yeah. Then once I
officially
get my
down.
next level, I can get tools made for it, better tools.
I hit it in the head, but
I can make nails. Woohoo!
Yes. But what we need is like axes. Yes, we do need iron nails. We need copper nails.
Well, I will start some iron nails.
what the hell? Stupid horse.
Issues?
Yeah, I was pushed against the tree and couldn't actually move.
Bad horse. That's what you get.
I was like stuck. You're out of wood in the fire.
Yawns dramatically. Oh, look,
Well,
you
there
finally
should be
decided
plenty
to
of wood
grace
in the
us
box.
with their presence. About time. I was starting to get bored out of my mind. Kappa.
I put a little bit that I had on me in there.
Are you talking about the herbalism bench that makes epoxy?
No, shouldn't be. It used to be, unless they changed it. It used to be done in the medicine, in the little medicine bowl thingy.
The mortar and pestle?
Yep, that medicine thingy.
Okay.
It's not a medicine thing.
It's whatever I say it is.
Really?
We need hammerhead slime? What?
That's new to me.
And we need to complete the Prometheus Celebrity Chef to unlock it. Oh wait, never mind. That's a whole different one. There's 2 different types of epoxy, apparently. Have we found honey or bees or whatever?
I have.
I killed some earlier. Because they stung the shit out of me.
I have 5 bees on me.
Okay. Are we supposed to make like a beehive? Because I don't have it unlocked. If
There
we
is
do.
apiaries, I think, in this.
I think there is now, yeah. Which is funny because there never used to be. And I think
I don't
it's
have it
something
unlocked, and
new.
I just used the last point that I had, so.
Yeah, I used the last point I had too. That's why I'm
But
trying
I
to
did
out
unlock
be out
honey
here.
products. And I can now make mortar and pestle and epoxy, so. There's that.
Nice.
Mortar and pestle. I need silica. Shut up, phone.
Depends on what you're shutting it up for.
The alarm to let me know that it's 30 minutes before we have to take a break. There'll be another alarm that goes off in 15 minutes to remind me for the same thing. You know me.
And you guys are switching over to
City of Heroes. If I put this here. Oh. That worked. But
through the trees, in the shadow, never even saw it coming. I'm almost level 11.
That was not the direction that was supposed to be falling, but whatever.
So I need tree sap and sulfur to make epoxy. And I can make tree sap from sticks and wood.
Yep, right in that mortar and pestle.
Yeah, I know. So I need to go get
So
sulfur and
it's advised you get at least 2 to 3, I believe, up and running of the mortar and pestles. One to do one thing, one to do another, and one to do the others. And it's like we always had like 3, and we always kind of set them near the benches and stuff like that.
Well, I need the table to put them on. Right now I have one, and it is currently on top of the cooking station, or the salting station, I mean. But I can move it later.
Yeah. Come here, you little. Goodbye. Just killed me a sham wow.
You just what?
He said something about a ShamWow.
I heard that. Did you say you killed a ShamWow?
Yeah, the chamois.
Oh,
That's what I've always called them, just chamois. I call
gotcha.
them sham wows.
So how do you upgrade the wood walls to stone?
Just use the hammer.
So
And anything that's not needed, it gives it back.
you build all the stone walls, and then you turn around and place them over the.
Do you have to actually do it that way, or can you just use the
I
tool and
think you have
upgrade?
to do it that way. You used to be able to do it. I don't know if you used to be able to do it the other way, but. Where did that stinking wolf go?
I was off by
That
2?
much.
Well, I was off by I know I need at least 2 of these. Actually, I know I'm gonna need more than that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Potbelly stove.
Yeah, some of the stuff don't go too ham on because we're not like there yet, but potbelly stove, you can build that and then like I've had it just sit there forever. But I would wait until we get the new house built and some of this stuff spread out a little bit. Unless you already built it.
The potbelly stove, yes.
Okay, so you already built it?
Yeah.
Okay, because we're gonna need the iron for tools.
Okay.
So we can get more tools. Or make those tools and then more iron and stuff. And then the higher tier metals.
Let's see.
I'm almost to 11. I can find a couple more animals.
Waminals.
Animals. It's already getting dark.
Oh
I'm scared.
no. Don't be scared. Oh, I need some of that.
Oh, I did not see that stretch there, Rox. Is that on my channel or theirs?
Wait, what?
I think Rox Somnia came over and did a stretch thing and I didn't see it.
I don't
Mostly because I'm blind,
see
apparently.
one.
Okay, so it was on mine. I'm blind. My bad.
Why did you stop? I didn't tell you to stop. Okay. That's weird. Fuel. Fuel does not go in there. What? Oh, it doesn't take charcoal, it takes coal. Duh. Okay.
Oh
Alright.
man.
Um,
I'm just now starting to build. What the hell, man? I'm not ready.
Alright, furballs. The stream will be back soon, so don't go anywhere. I'll be here, napping and judging all of you. Lol.
so it doesn't keep going if you're not in the thing? Oh my god.
Yawns, stretches, and curls up in a ball on the stream. Uck, boring humans. Wake me when it's dinner time. Kappa.
Oh, come on. Game? Really?
Your game just go yeet.
No, the storm. I don't have all these walls and shit built out here.
They'll be fine.
You say that. But yet two of them already broke and fell off.
You're missing some.
You think?
I try not to. We love it here.
I think somebody's delusional.
Mm-hmm.
Like, a lot.
Lot.
See? Told you.
What the hell? Really? Damn it.
Does it need supports?
It didn't show that it did, but I will put a couple in here just to figure that out, I guess.
about to catch my ass on fire.
It is nighttime, so we can go to sleep.
I'm trying to get this built. Hold on. You don't need sleep.
If we go to sleep, won't that mean that we may not have a base when we wake up?
No. You go to sleep, all it does is just make a day.
Well, that's a weird mechanic.
I don't get it.
Don't give me the line. I ain't got a clue. There's that other alarm I was talking about.
This thing being stupid. That's what it's being. Craft. Craft.
It's okay, I'll close the door.
Door? We don't need no stinking door.
Yeah, we do. Oh no, it's the wheel.
The wheel of love.
Misfortune. I got presents.
Really hard to see right now. actually.
Actually, what?
I was thinking of how I was going to do this, and I changed my mind on how I was going to do one of the things on here real quick.
Ah. Gotcha. Oh no, I'm over encumbered.
I guess there's no angled railings?
I don't know.
Actually, yeah, there is. These. Haha. There. Now your place is mildly larger.
Does anybody have the repair bench unlocked yet?
Negative.
Repair bench I didn't think was for quite a while.
I have no idea.
Oh, you do know you can repair like basic tools pretty easy.
Yeah, I'm not trying to repair the basic ones. I'm trying to repair another one. Damn it. Now I gotta go to the piece of shite one.
Granted, it needs a little bit of a support system underneath it, but
That may be why the other parts were falling off.
I fixed that. Yeah, it was support that was needed.
I just meant the underneath.
Yeah.
Houston, we has a problem. Ugh. I can't move.
Who was that?
It was me requesting something.
What?
Come out here where I'm
Are you
at.
too heavy?
I already dropped some stuff, but I'm stuck on a tree. And if I chop it, it's going towards the house. Somebody else needs to come chop the tree. That's what I was fixing to say. Come out here to me so that you can chop the tree.
I'm coming. I can't see.
This tree right
So
here.
the way I'm at is where
Thank
the
you.
house is. The house. No, just kidding.
Hey, I didn't do it.
No, well, you hit one of them. You hit it once.
I hit it once, yes, but you hit it after me.
I did.
And yes, I'm over encumbered, but it's not keeping me from moving. I was stuck on the tree. Trying to get wood.
You see what I did in here?
No. Hold on.
We need a torch or something that we can put on the... A floor torch, is that one that's like a stand that you can actually do or whatever?
Stretches lazily.
Is
You
it
want
like
to
a
play
door
with me?
here?
I haven't
How cute.
fixed that
Head
yet.
to the Twitch Pet
Okay.
Cafe
Give me a second.
extension,
Sure.
man, and we'll see if you're worthy of my attention. Capello.
And this door needs to be the other direction.
Oh, I didn't really have a whole lot for that I could do anything with. Oops, I guess I made a extra.
How do you rotate items in the game?
R? Well, that you can't. You just have to place it in and it places it versus
Nope.
the orientation or whatever.
I don't know whose bed this is, but it's on their bed now. But no, actually, I got it to work. I had to change my position. And, you know, instead of being facing it like this, babe. Look on my screen.
Yeah.
Instead of facing it like this, I moved over here and kind of moved it around, and I could see where the handle was, and it moved it based on where I was pointing. But
Well, your crafting area now. So if you come through here, you can take all this crafting stuff and actually put down here. And this is
Did
also...
Blood not come back?
he said he was in a... I don't know what he was doing.
No,
Honestly.
to answer your question. Can you put a table down?
A table?
Yes.
I don't have the thing to make a table. I could if I had that thing, but I don't.
And you can pick up the tables and move them if need be.
Who has the ability to make the tables, though, is the question?
So most of us.
How?
Very carefully.
Your inventory crafting?
Well, then somebody make tables so that I can have like a little kitchen space somewhere. Because mortar and pestles need to be on a table.
I don't have a table unlocked, is what I was saying a while ago.
I've never put them on tables. You can actually put them. Like I've usually put them right.
I know I can put them on the floor. I don't want to. Put it that way.
She's choosing to be difficult.
No,
I know.
I'm not.
She's choosing aesthetics.
I'm not choosing to be difficult.
You're choosing aesthetics.
No, I'm just. Never mind. I'm not gonna argue with you. I do enough of that off stream.
Wasn't arguing.
Fine, I'll put it on the fucking floor.
I don't have any way of making a table, so. I don't know who made the one before.
I don't know either. That goes there.
Well, I say I don't have a way of making a table. I don't have a way of actually making an
We don't even have a table. I don't know what you're talking about somebody making a table before.
I was clearly stating that if there was a table that you had it sitting on before.
I've had it on the salting station before.
Okay, well, where would you like a table?
Somewhere over near the salting station.
Is there a complete full section of wall that I can use?
Oh, shit.
Because I don't know if this is going to work or not, but I'm going to try.
Well, yes. This section right here. Where are you at? This whole wall right here.
Crafting, half piece, craft. I don't know if this is going to work. This is the only.
It's dark.
It's the only method I can come up with that may work. Ah, okay. So I'm going to have to do it like this. Half. Craft. Okay, so that won't work.
Why is there a wall missing?
Because I took it out because I'm trying to figure out a way to do this. That's why.
can you put like a pillar, like a half pillar or something here or whatever? And then put like a shelf or something. I don't know.
That's what I was trying to do. But it was not wanting to work. Hold on, let me see if I can put a support in here or something. Nope. I was going to snap a half wall in and then snap another half wall in, so maybe it would give me a middle section so I could snap off of it with a flat one. That way it would faux thing, but yeah, that ain't gonna work. Unless, will it work if I just put a large storage down and then can you place it on it?
Probably.
Do you want it like right over here in the corner then, if I can do that way? Like this?
Oh, that's fine.
I don't know if it'll let you set them on top of that or not, but...
I don't know. Why is there an overflow bag? Oh, okay. Never mind.
Probably because I broke
No,
something
it
or
was
something.
me.
I don't know.
It was me. I was picking up one of the station thingies and...
I wasn't sure if it'll let me, or if it'll let you place it on top of those or not.
I gotta pick them back up. Hold on.
I just meant the...
I gotta pick them back up. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
They're right there.
I didn't know if you already had
I
them.
was trying to get them out of my inventory temporarily so that I could...
You're fine.
Do other things. Take all. X.
Ooh, you can do pumpkins.
You mean plant
charred
them?
corn? No, you can cook them.
Oh,
and you
yeah.
can cook charred corn.
Hey, look, we have a table. It's not exactly the right type table, but it's a storage table that possibly the door will still open through all the devices sitting on top of it. Whatever. That wall...
Hey, look, we got access to those storage crates.
I was going to say, technically that wall we could take out if we wanted to. And I can...
I would leave some support because I would like maybe take one out and then leave some support for the wall above.
Well, what I was going to do was put in 2 beams, one on either side.
Oh, I got it. Yeah.
Now we have that. That can be like storage room or whatever is just in there, and then this could be all the stuff, I guess. I don't know. Sounds good.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
We're actually 8 minutes over our time to go take a break.
Yeah, well, I also kind of fucked up too. 'Cause I just got back because, yeah. Good thing it was only a low level character, but I guess I had too many characters made, and I ended up deleting one of them and not realizing the one I deleted. The one I deleted was actually the one I had on your guys' world, so I had to remake one.
Oops.
Rip.
So yeah,
I mean, at least now and not.
Later.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Like, good thing it wasn't one of my other one I have because I have one that's like a level 40 something. So
Yeah. That would have
And
sucked.
I did want to go out and go get some more iron before, but if you guys are already 8 minutes over.
Well, I mean, if you want to go do that, then you can just message her and let her know when you're back, and then she can shut the server down or whatever.
So find out if leaving the server on would cause decay if somebody is not around. Because I think the process stalls when nobody's online.
I will have to try to figure that out? Question mark? Not
I
quite
think
sure how
I
I would figure that out.
Google it.
I'm already doing that.
Because then that way at least I can get you guys some.
So if it's idle, or if there's nobody on, it actually goes into a idle state, where it just locks the world in that state until somebody actually comes back on.
So it does stop time basically.
Yeah. But
question:
while
are these considered as pretty much considered as dedicated servers, right?
yes, this is a
Yes, it is
dedicated
a
server.
dedicated server.
Yeah, if you're running a dedicated server, storms will continue to occur regardless of whether you're logged in or off or not.
Well,
Unless your place is made out of stone, it will constantly take storm damage.
okay, so the actual server itself is set as a dedicated server, but if there is nobody actually logged in, it's not a persistent world dedicated server. It's just a standard dedicated server. So it goes into an idle state by default. You have to actually configure settings in it to turn it onto persistent, meaning that it's constantly going. That way that's like the live servers and stuff like that they would have, where it's constantly 100% of the time up running. So if you go in and you build something and it's not something that will sustain itself, it will actually just continue to break while you're offline, unless it's strong enough to withstand it in that area. But on this one, the way the server is set up, it's actually set up as it goes into an idle state whenever there's nobody logged in, and the world freezes and no storms happen. All workstations that are crafting anything or doing anything also freeze and shut off. So, or they don't shut off, but they freeze, they just stop. So, like furnaces, machines, anything like that won't process. Farm plots don't process everything.
Yawns dramatically. You're so boring.
There is
I'm going to
reports
take a nap.
that the
Humans are so dull. Flops over and
time of
pretends to
day
snort cap
doesn't
lol.
stop, but everything else does stop.
When it comes to the server, where's the password posted at?
In the pinned comment.
Yeah.
In our DMs.
Same place the IP and stuff for it is. Only downside to some of this is that I may have to take this section here out. Actually, no. I will
I don't know where I'm going.
I couldn't think of a name, so I just used my daughter's name.
I mean, that works.
Has anybody found mushrooms?
I've come across them once or twice, but
We need to be picking them because I need them for food. Also squash.
Interesting. Apparently, where I landed, I actually landed on a tree. Actually, a couple trees. So they're actually all broke all around.
Well, at least you didn't land on the house. I was having hell with the house earlier getting it done. Okay, so now we have a way up here.
what's funny is I never even heard his ship come in.
I did.
I heard it.
So
Well, I'm
beside
also
the
in a cave, so
No.
beside the door right here is a ladder, but I think actually I'm gonna pick that one up. Pick this one up. I'm gonna put it.
Okay. Apparently, where I dropped in at was a lot of trees. I just started moving or whatever, and I guess apparently I got hit by a tree, and now I have a concussion debuff.
Oops.
Okay, then, game.
Can't find my mouse for the damn horns. I don't know if this will work or not, but I'm gonna try.
Mm-hmm. Oh, goodness gracious. I don't know what we're going to eat anyway. Not that we're going to have time to eat anything.
Actually, this won't work.
And I don't have any snacks in the house.
Wah.
I know, right? That's what I get for trying to eat healthier.
Yep. Actually, I don't know how to do it. Go back in here. Yeah. Grab that.
It is hard.
Where is...
I love food. And it loves to stick around on me.
I am on my way back with a full load of iron. That way I can cook you guys your tools. That way we don't have to leave them in our boxes and stuff like that. Our tools can stay on us. Hey, Rocks.
The only thing I was saying to leave in the box was like if you're out and about, you don't need the fire whacker thing. You don't need the hammer. You know, that type of thing on you. That's what I was saying. Put in the box.
You would hope you don't.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna be in a cave, you're not gonna need it.
I need to take that game off the damn list.
So, I mean, I always keep the axe and the pickaxe on me. But the others, I just leave in my box until I need it. Because otherwise, I'm not going to be able to pick up as much shit as I like.
Now, there is still more iron in there. There's more other resources, especially like aluminum and stuff like that for the later tiers.
Aluminium?
Aluminium.
Yay.
Oh, just wait till we get to titanium.
Titanium? What?
Yep.
We found some of that in the cave we went to earlier. We couldn't do anything with it though. That and platinum.
Yes, platinum will be another big one.
Just putting
But
that there
can't
to get
even
it out of
cook
my
those until we
way.
get to the next tier of. Aw, did you build a ladder to get on the roof?
I did, just simply because of being able to, you know, deal with that. So
Probably should have put that on the inside because that'll probably be the first thing to go in the storm. Just saying.
well, I mean, if it's on the inside, it would still be the first thing to go.
No.
Really? I did not place you that way.
The wind wouldn't blow it off the side of the building if it's indoors.
Yeah, but
I
there's
got
no.
disco ball.
I put it here so that we had access to the roof.
I know.
There's no access point.
There's not like a hatch or anything.
I mean, there's a hatch, but I didn't want to. I mean, I guess I could put one right here, but a trap door.
And that's what I was saying is put it inside, put a hatch, and do it that way.
Fine.
Because otherwise the wind's just going to knock it right off the side of the building. First strong wind we get.
I think the ladders are fine.
Fine.
I'm doing it anyways.
I'm just saying. I think they're fine, but I digress.
You regress? What?
Yes, I regress.
What age are you now?
Regresses were made. Oh, that's stupid.
What is? Besides Maneus.
I guess that works. There. I can't see.
Well, I have salmon open, so salmon it is. Let me get back in the building. I try to finish off the, when it comes to the tube ones, I try to finish them off before opening another one. Hell, I try to do the same thing with the other ones for that matter.
What's your name?
What?
Rocks, I played that for you.
Your name? Tony! Fuck you, Tony! What's your name? Ezekiel! Fuck you, Ezekiel! Fuck you! Fuck you!
Okay.
Hey, you know what I did last night? You better not bring my mother into this! You know what I did? You better not! I built that fire over there! Oh! And I popped your mother next to it! Fuck you, Ezekiel! Fuck you! Fuck you!
I still really would like to know what it says towards the end.
That's not too bad.
It's kind of hard to understand. Okay. Got all of that. Sorry. You gonna come get some more treats? You gonna come get some more treats? Huh? Are you? Are you? Come on. It's right there. You gonna get up? Or you're just gonna sit there and stare at it? You're gonna make me come get you. probably gonna make me come get you. Lazy ass cat. You can see her right there. She's being lazy buns.
You're always that way.
Get
Right?
over here.
Yeah, I gotta go get her. Hold on.
Okay. There. I fixed that one little flat roof piece up there. It's no longer flat. It's actually a normal looking roof piece.
It's fantastic.
It's something. And
Is that good shit?
before we get off of here, while she finishes her treats, I shall test. Hey, I was hoping this would work. Do you see what I did on the back?
No. I did not. Did you finish it? Almost. There's a bit more.
She's like, there needs to be more in there.
No.
I'm filing a complaint.
There's a little tiny bit left. Thank you. Happy plate.
And I've almost got your guys' new tools done. And I am waiting for
Come look
more
real
iron.
I'm looking.
over here.
Well, I didn't know where you wanted me to go. What is this, our fishing pier?
Yes.
Nice.
You can stand up here.
Fish from the upper deck.
If by standing on the drying rack is the upper deck.
Well, no, I mean you can actually
Well,
stand
no,
right
he
here
said
and
the
fish,
upper deck. That's why I said that.
But
Sorry. That's love and treats from Roxy.
but I moved the drying rack around here on this, and then I also put the other two.
That
ring
was not
catchers
treats
here.
from Roxy.
Oh, was it? Oh, I'm sorry. That was your sugar daddy. My bad. I'm sorry. That's love and treats from your sugar daddy. Yeah.
You're fired.
I know. I'm sorry. Well, she had been doing them a second ago. That's why I thought it was her. I give you loves too. How's that? Yeah, I'll give you loves too. Yeah. Don't swat at me. Alright, there we go.
Okay.
Oy.
There's a iron axe, an iron pickaxe, and a knife. Iron knife for every one of you.
All four of us?
And then to repair. Yes, I've already got mine. I made mine first so I can go get more iron.
Okay. 1, 2,
And then
3. Got it.
yes. And then to repair them, iron has to be in the anvil. And then you can repair them in that.
So if you're out and about, you can't repair it. Noted.
Yes.
Got it.
At least until we unlock the tier 3 and the repair bench or whatever.
Yeah, it will tell you you can repair it at the anvil, bench, forge, or foundry. And how much resources it will cost. So like if I were to repair mine right now, it would cost me 1 iron bar.
Gotcha.
And then you can just sit there and destroy your old stuff.
There.
Nice.
Where it's a little more stable and a little more secure doing it this way. And adds more
And the-
stability points.
The cool part is right here, how you just did this. Walk right up to this window, and you can turn around and access the stone furnace and dump off all your ore.
Yeah. Well, I did that on that one, and then this window over here, I also have it where you can get into the workbench or whatever from here. Crafting bench.
Now, I think what needs to happen is we need to make sure when we log off at night, make sure the server saves. I think that's why we got dumped outside a few times.
Well, we also did do a quick disconnect for that. But either way.
And how do we make it save? Because it says save status 6 minutes ago.
Yes. And I think there's a server command that you could type in to force a save. Or just wait for the save timer to go off and then save. And then you can log it off, kind of thing.
I'm looking at...
Anyways,
stuff
I really
to
need to
see.
use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Alright.
You can go into the console and type /save, and it will force a server save.
In the console.
Yeah, I don't know how to access the console, but...
Well, that helps.
Well...
Is that like the chat thingy?
Tilde.
/
Looks like.
Non-admin commands are limited. Please use / help for a list of valid commands.
Did you
Really?
type /save?
Yeah.
Oh, and it's a... then you may have to go into the server settings, and you may have to set the in the INI file and actually set admin privileges to certain people or whatever. You probably won't be able to do it while the server is running, though.
Well, it's time for us to get in City of Heroes, so we just need to end the stream and start it right back up after I change the game. Because it's 9:03.
Well, we could tell people we are going to take like a 10-minute break or whatever, and then start. It's going to be a little bit, due to an unforeseen error earlier, or not error, but unforeseen complication earlier with having the accidental unlocked server. It caused us to run over a little bit, so we apologize. So we are going to in the...
Are you guys just... I was going to say, are you guys going to raid out, or are you guys going to just keep going on the stream and then just transfer everything since you guys are going to City of Heroes?
No,
So if you do it that way, it doesn't actually change it for some of the stuff.
So in your back office on Twitch, if you change the title, it'll change it to where people will see your current title would be City of Heroes. However, when you end stream, it will only show what you started the stream as for the title. I don't like that. I would prefer to end stream and then change the title, change the game, change the tags, start the stream back up, and that way it's the same throughout the whole thing, because it makes it a lot easier when I go through and try to do clips.
I gotcha.
Not to mention that the program I use for clips only does up to 10 hours.
Yeah.
So.
Gotcha.
So unfortunately, we have to do it the other way. I mean,
And you guys will be up all night doing City of Heroes.
Only until 2 a.m.
Yeah. Depending on
All
how
night.
we're feeling and stuff, it'll be either like 1 or 2 a.m. usually.
You're gonna have to help me figure out how to do admins, because
I'll search for it and we'll figure it out and we'll get it done off stream.
All right.
But we should go ahead and do a like 15-minute. I say 15 minutes. It'll give us 15 minutes. We're gonna end the thing and then take 5 minutes, and during that 5 minutes or after the 5 minutes, we'll do the starting soon. That way we have a total of 15 minutes instead of a 10-minute. That way we can use the bathroom and refill our drinks and stuff like that. And get back good to go.
So the server was saved 106 seconds ago.
So yeah, that was, 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So we should be good to log out here, raid out, whatever you're gonna do.
Blood Wolf,
Yes.
are you running to here or
No, I'm where I'm at. I'm gonna log off here.
you're just gonna log off there?
Okay.
Yeah.
I
was trying to finish what I was doing real quick, and then I was gonna log off.
I mean, you can do that, and I can just end the stream.
Yeah, we're not gonna try. We're gonna
I can stay in the
attempt to
game
test
temporarily.
not shutting down the server. So, unless we have to change the INI file for setting up the admin and stuff, so that we can do the /save and force a save. So,
I don't know if I leave if he would be able to stay in.
he should, yes.
should,
because it's on
yeah.
a dedicated now, and we all should be able to join it, come and go when we need.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's what we thought earlier, but it wasn't showing up for you guys.
Well,
I think it's because we didn't save it.
Well, it's on an autosave. It's on like a 6-minute default autosave
No,
or
it's
whatever.
5 minutes. It was 10, but I changed it to 5.
Okay. But
Right there. Save game frequency 5.
no, it works.
But I mean, I can try to quit out and see if he gets booted or not, but
Yeah, you can.
either way, we are going to end the stream. Thank you, Cerberus, for the raid. Thank you to all of the raiders who came in. We appreciate all the love and support from all of our lurkers and chatters. Thank you, Deathlight and Blood Wolf, for hanging with us. It's been fun. Apologies for the issues. But we will be back shortly with City of Heroes, and anybody who would like to join us in playing that game is more than welcome to. And of course, an ad just started. Go figure.
Clear's
I didn't
hint, all
actually.
right.
I
Listen
didn't
up,
even
me
pay
amigos.
attention. I
The
didn't see
big
it.
cat is
Yeah, I
taking a
wasn't
quick
paying
cat
I didn't
break,
have it on
but
that
don't
'cause I was
worry,
doing
the
Either
stream
way.
will be
searching for other
back
stuff.
soon.
We'll be back shortly.
Perhaps use this time
If
to
you want
tell
to
me
play with
how
us,
many
you can.
treats I
If you just want to
deserve.
hang, that's cool too.
Capello.
But we'll be right back. But anywho, Blood Wolf, I am gonna exit out of the game.
So if they go ahead and I'm sitting here for a
Stretches and
second to
yawns,
see what
yeah.
happens.
I'm bored.
Okay, that works.
Wake me up when it's
wait
nap
for
time
that
again,
stop.
Kappa.
Yeah, like I said, if it's a dedicated one, it shouldn't boot.
Well, I am officially out, 100%.
Yeah.
Steam doesn't show that my game is running at all anymore, and you guys are still in. So
I think it was just because she was the one that started it up, and it had actually turned completely off for 2 different reasons, but it didn't auto update the payment stuff for whatever reason, because she had to switch it from one thing to a different one. And when she did that before, it didn't auto-update it. And so it just was sitting there waiting for her to select whatever to do on it. So it had completely turned off the server and had it in a standby mode, and that's what caused it to set up a new IP and stuff also.
Yeah. But anywho, all right, I'm going to end the stream, and we will see you all in just a little bit. But thank you.
Yeah, roughly about, well, I would say from now, roughly about 9:30, we'll be back.
Yep.
Well, 30 minutes or 20 minutes. 20 minutes.
Yeah. But all right.
Now. So if you want to keep going on here, Blood Wolf, you can for a few.
I was gonna ask you, well, yeah.
Do what?
I wanted to show you I wanted to show you something, but I can just do that in Discord. Show you what I'm currently working on.
Okay.
Okay.
That's fine. I'm gonna.
It might be because pretty much what it is will be a base for us. Like, I mean, we'll eventually, as long as we do
like a little outpost.
Or we could do like a full move before we actually start doing like massive builds. It's still near water and everything.
Okay.
You'll see when I show you this. Share the screen.
Okay. All right.
That's fine.
Well, I'm gonna end stream. Thanks, guys. We'll be back in roughly 19 minutes.
All right.
All right.
See you guys
Bye.
later.
See you on.